Good morning, everybody. Happy Sunday. Hope all is well with everyone. Gonna start this show off checking out this C-130 hanging out over here in the general aviation parking area. I got no information on it, have no idea why it's here. Probably a routine stop. I mean, we've seen them several Sundays where they're here. So I decided to move down today. We're toward the end, so hopefully we can have both runways a little bit of action here. I do have a truck here next to me, so we won't get the full action of 2-3 left, unfortunately, but we'll at least have a little bit. And as you can see, we can see the general Ave side. Not a whole lot happening so far this morning. We did have a Spirit Airlines come in from Fort Lauderdale just a moment ago. A few minutes ago. A lot of breeze leaving out of here as well. There were 3 of them lined up over there waiting to depart as we were waiting to start the show and getting set up here. So breeze making a big noise this morning. Looks like we got a couple of Delta CRJs on their way in. One from LaGuardia and the other from JFK. So the 2 Endeavors racing from New York this morning. First one of those is going to be here in about 4 minutes. So I wanted to apologize for a Friday night. Not the best showing there. I didn't think it would be. The heat was too high. The equipment just said absolutely not. We're not doing this today. I think something's come unplugged here. There we go. So there we go, we got that taken care of. I don't know what that was all about. Nothing was loose. As you can see, we got Frontier headed out to 23 right for departure. At Delta departing a moment ago, breeze is unavailable. That is Cedar, the Florida Scrub Jay on that one. That Delta CRJ that departed a moment ago that you guys probably didn't see for the camera issues there, that's headed to JFK, New York. So hopefully we won't have any issues today. It'll just prove my theory that the heat is way too much for our computer and stuff. So going to do our best to make the day go as long as possible. Again, we are down on the 6th floor hiding from the sunlight. Not in the greatest spot. Last week I believe was a lot better, but I think today maybe we'll have some action both sides, like I said a few minutes ago. So hopefully we'll enjoy the planes for the day. Thank you guys for joining us so early. Yeah, so Pip, last week, I don't know if you were here toward the end of last week's show. Of course, yesterday, or Friday, we were in the direct sunlight the moment we started, so we didn't get off the ground on Friday. But last week, we were fine until the sun came in and started heating up the equipment. I did have the new umbrella up, but that still wasn't enough to save us from the heat. Wouldn't have been enough to save us from the heat on Friday either. This heat wave needs to go on, to be honest. Heathrow Joe, good morning. Good morning, everybody, once again. Thank you guys for joining us. Good morning, afternoon, good afternoon, depending on where you are. Hopefully we'll have a lot of exciting things today. I haven't checked the docket yet to find out if we've got any specials or anything. So we'll see how today goes. Now Friday, to be honest, I hung out here after the fact, after the show with Miss Ramona. Miss Ramona was here, and it was kind of a good thing that we didn't get the show off the ground and keep it going, because there was not a whole lot going on. Now this coming Friday we'll be out here, but I think we're going to start the show probably late in the evening. We're probably going to start around 7-8 p.m. If you guys are local to the area, local time will start. Then we're going to be here for the fireworks on Friday. So if you guys are local here to Briar Creek, across the interstate over there and across the runway, puts on a fireworks show every 4th of July. We did it last year. This will be our second annual 4th of July at RDU. As we take a look at JetBlue here, getting ready to start engines here. This A320. Comes our first CRJ from New York. This one coming in from LaGuardia. This is Endeavor. Another CRJ Delta behind this one coming in from JFK. So their race was on this morning. So Pip, speaking of ice boxes, we've been doing a little bit of research. We've got some time. I'm gonna say August, maybe September, make some changes here to the show, but been researching battery-powered refrigerators. Me and Miss Caroline have been looking at them. They're quite expensive, but if it helps to save some of the equipment and keep us hydrated, it might be worth it. Got a Delta headed out there, and a 737 as well, as we're about to have our JetBlue here. Yeah, so Friday night was kind of a bust anyway. Not a whole lot happening, and I don't know if you guys were watching Flight Radar. How many of you guys were local here watching Flight Radar? But everything was delayed or canceled. So many delays, so many cancellations. So it was just not a good Friday evening. So that leads me to think that next Friday we'll be here probably around 7-8 p.m. depending. Give that sun time to go down unless it's raining or cloudy. If it is cloudy on Wednesday or Friday or Wednesday for that matter, we'll be out here. But if it is sunlight, direct sunlight, we won't be out here early. I even thought about splitting up Friday, starting and doing an early show Friday morning. Actually, you know what? We might do that because, and here's why, we haven't seen Bermuda. So Friday morning, we might possibly, well, I just put it out there, there's a possibility we might do Friday morning, okay? Just so we can catch Bermuda. We haven't caught that one yet. Maybe we can run into the afternoon. The only issue I have is the charging of my batteries. I have to run home to charge batteries or figure something out close by. There's nowhere to charge the batteries here at the airport anymore, so that's out of the question. Thank you, Pip, for the $2 super chat. Looks like our message up on the screen is not working today. A lot of things are messed up here, as you guys know. Let's see if we can go in here and turn it off and turn it back on. See if we can get messages up on screen. Sometimes you got to do that before each show, and I always forget. Some days it works, some days it don't. We'll try to put Pip's message back up there. Also, our clock is missing as well. Something to do with the internet, I think. Because I haven't made any changes to it. No, it's not going to work. But yes, thank you again at Pip for the $2 super chat. So we check out JetBlue taxiing out here. We've got Frontier on the move. Ready for departure. The Endeavor from JFK landed already. That's CRJ. So again, not the greatest location today. Not going to be with the departures for too long, as you can see there. But I feel this is probably the best location to avoid the sun and be able to catch both sides of the airport. Sorry about that. Looks like my HDMI cable's failing us. If anything goes out on this show, well, we don't have a show anymore. So hopefully everything will last us a little while longer here. Issues today. Zoe, I have no idea if Molly will be at the airport. You'll have to ask her. I haven't asked. Nice, Eric. So again, we'll see what we can do. Again, we're gonna break the day up if we do decide to come out here Friday morning. Again, we haven't been out here for Bermuda. It's the only Friday I've had off in a long time. So it looks like that Delta is on the move, and that 737. I'm assuming this is headed back to Atlanta. Give you that information on Frontier in just a moment. Make sure if you guys haven't smashed the like button, please go ahead and do so. I think we started today's show with about 13 likes. Nice early rotation for the Delta 737. Got an American A320 back here too. Unusual to have an A320. Again, it is still early enough in the morning. We need to come out here and do sunrise shows like Mattman would like us to do, so that we can catch all of those departures. The departures that early in the morning are pretty insane, usually, and we catch a pretty good sunrise if we can be out here. Bridget Klaus, good morning, good afternoon to you. Hope you're doing well. Alright, so let's see. Delta's headed to Atlanta. That's Delta 1925. Frontier headed to Boston. That's Frontier 3058. Our next arrival is going to be American 1895 from Charlotte. It's going to be an A321-200. They've still been flying that 737-8 back and forth between here and Charlotte as well, so I assume they've pulled one of their A321s off of this route to fly another one. Normally that route is predominantly A321s. So this will be the first one of many from Charlotte today. Nice sounding arrival for the A321. be pulling out right here in front of us. Ramona, good morning. It's a nice arrival for American 1895 from Charlotte. Dang, looks like we're going to have a whole host coming in here in just a minute. One included is Air Canada from Toronto, arriving in just 15 minutes. United from Washington, D.C. from Dulles in just 8 minutes. That's going to be our next arrival. We do have a small private plane coming in somewhere. Can't tell which side of the airport it's going to come in on. Looks like it's going to come in 23 left at the moment. But we do have United next as our next major arrival. Looks like JetBlue's getting ready to line up and get ready to get out of here this morning. That A320 we saw over here in the alleyway a little while ago. There she is lining up. Will it be a turn and burn for JetBlue? Possibly. Turn and simmer. See, I don't know if you guys were watching any of the flight radars and stuff on Friday, but tons and tons of diversions here from Atlanta. I heard that ATC had to evacuate the tower there in Atlanta due to high winds on Friday evening. There was a news report about that. So some pretty major storms down there Friday evening. Perfect departure for JetBlue. Let's see, where you headed, JetBlue? NA, hold on. We'll get that information in just a minute. I think JetBlue is either headed to Boston or JFK. Headed to JFK is JetBlue 2786. So that one to JFK. C-130 here, heavily backlit. Still no information. Have no idea why it's here. But again, we see this all the time. These guys in here parked in the private hangar. Got our little private jet from Washington, D.C. This one also coming up from Washington, Dulles. This is a Beach Baron. So as you can see, we got a little bit of runway back here before we run out due to the truck that's sitting over here with us. there you go. There's that KC-130. And no worries to you guys lurking in the background. Thank you guys so much for tuning in and keeping the hours up for us and enjoying the show in the background. You guys are just as important as everybody else in the show. I hope you guys know that. If not for the lurkers, you guys are probably the most important, to be honest. You don't have to chat to enjoy the show, so thank you guys for enjoying the show. The horse service, no real. Right, Eric? Would not recommend. All right, I heard bells. Somebody's getting ready to push back down here below us. Will it be the E175 or will it be our A320? Trying to put some messages up there on the screen, but unfortunately it's still not working. Again, I don't know what the deal is. It's highlighting them like they're going, but they're not. It'll be something we'll have to look at later on this week. As you can see, the American Eagle E175 is going to be our next pushback. We've got United 1348 from Washington Dulles on final. That's going to be a 737-800. 40 minutes of flight time. By the time they get here, about 43 minutes of total flight time for the 737. Ugh, I can imagine so, Eric. Ugh. So the ringing sound, that is, we also play a game when you hear those bells, that ringing sound. So that ringing sound is the jetway bell. So anytime the jetways on this side of the terminal move, they have a bell. Reminds me of the carnival, if you ask me, like the carnival games. But our moderator Molly created a fun game for you guys in the chat where, you know, if you use the bells icon or say bells, you know, you win, whatever. Just something fun for you guys to do in the chat. Again, but that is the jetway movements. So here goes our American Eagle. And of course we'll turn to United here. United's still hiding behind our pole. Alright, let's go to our United from Dulles. Again, about 43 minutes of flight time for this one total by the time they touch down here. arrival for the 737. So Eric, you may have to translate to Brigitte. Brigitte doesn't speak any English, only in German. Brigitte, a great friend of the channel though, always watching. Really like her support. She's a member of the channel, has been for quite some time now. A huge thank you to Brigitte Klaus. So the American Eagle pulled to the starting line there, and if you guys are unfamiliar with the starting line, that's where they have to go so they don't damage any of the equipment or the building back here before they start engines. Looks like we've got a Southwest arrival, Southwest 1172, coming in from Baltimore, Maryland. This one arriving in 2 minutes, and that's a 41-minute flight so far, about 44 minutes by the time they touch down here. Yo, John, what's up? Long time no see, John. Hope you're doing well. Feel free, sir, as normal. You're always welcome to stop by. All right, Southwest 1172, that's going to be the next arrival, and that's going to be followed by Frontier from Boston, Frontier 3057. This is Sombra, the Jaguar livery, on board Frontier. But first, let's try to get Southwest here. Should pop out from behind there any moment. Southwest from Bewee. Gonna lose it again behind the truck, of course. There is an SUV parked right here beside us. Just enough time to give us a little bit of a touchdown shot there. Frontier just making an appearance there behind the wall there. So there's our Frontier from Boston. Corby, good morning. Yeah, it's really humid out here already this morning. 84 degrees currently at 10:30. It's going to be another hot day. There you go, a little 2-for-1 action there. Somebody coming in behind Frontier there, getting ready to line up for their arrival. Bit floaty coming in, a little back and forth there. You can see the movements in the tail. It's not very windy. Actually, there's not too much of a breeze today at all, for me anyway, on the parking garage. Sabra, the Jaguar livery. right, Air Canada is going to be our next arrival. Air Canada following quickly behind JetBlue. This is going to be Jazz Aviation 834 coming in from Toronto, Canada. 1 hour and 21 minutes of flight time for the E175. Now, we do have another E175 for Air Canada here on the ground, but I think it went to a gate on the front side of Terminal 2 here. It was over in the overnight parking from last night's arrival. So we're going to have a couple of Air Canadas here on the ground. This one will go out later this morning or this afternoon. Drago, good morning. Again, good morning, everybody. Yeah, they loaded that other Air Canada. It moved over here Terminal 1 side just before we started the show. About 15-20 minutes before we started. So we should have this one back here in the alleyway. Should make a nice close-up shot of Air Canada. So right now we're on the parking garage. Most of the time, for show purposes, this is the best location. You can watch them from the observation deck down just below the tower there. If you're familiar, you can put in. If you've never been to RDU, you can type in RDU Overlook or spotting deck, whatever. And there is a location here on property specific to it. But again, for us in doing shows, best place for us is up here on the parking garage. You can also come up here in plain spot. They don't typically bother you. The other location is free, however, whereas this one you've got to pay every time. Thank you guys for the updates on the likes. 50 likes. Make sure if you guys are just joining us, please smash the like button. It greatly helps the show by a lot. We did last Sunday, if you guys were watching last Sunday, we were struggling to make it to 300 right there at the end of the show. But just after we ended, we did reach 300 likes. So thank you guys so much for all of the support last week and giving us 300 likes. So that's why we set today's goal for 300 once again. Next arrival is going to be Delta 2519 coming in from Minneapolis. This is going to be an A320-200. We'll see Air Canada up close here in a minute. Fingers crossed it makes it back here to the alleyway. It should if they're offloading. There's our Delta from Minneapolis. Hey, happy birthday, Heathrow Joe. Comes our Air Canada. They're going to keep us busy here for a minute or two. A couple more arrivals. We leave Delta, we go down here to for the close-up of Air Canada. Elijah, good morning. I'm so used to saying good afternoon. And welcome in from Charlotte. Got lots of variety happening already this morning here between Air Canada, United, Delta. Who's our next arrival? We even had Southwest this morning. Delta 1337 coming in from MCO is going to be our next arrival. That's going to be an A319. This one again coming up from Mickey Mouse Town, Orlando, Florida. So Don, we do have some international flights. Air Canada, Aeromexico, Air France, American from London, Bermuda, WestJet. Who else? Am I missing anybody? I probably am. Lufthansa. We have Lufthansa, but Lufthansa's not today, neither is Bermuda. And I'm not sure about WestJet. We tried to see WestJet on Friday. Ramona posted a fantastic video of WestJet's departure Friday evening. Unfortunately, we were unable to catch it due to the heat. You guys saw that. But we do have a lot of international flights here, and typically later in the afternoon. American from London should be landing here around 1:30. Air France supposed to land at about 4:30. So we are going to stay for that arrival. We're not going to stay for any of those departures. We had enough issues last week. Last Sunday, we're not going to let the sun creep in on us. I did move to a different location to hopefully buy us some time. We do have that fire escape over here. That fire escape should provide us with some shade later this afternoon. Oh, you're not even getting off the plane. That's harsh. Robbie, good morning. They're in Northern California. Yeah, it takes me a minute to read everyone's chat, so be patient, especially when we're busy like we are right now. So as soon as we get our last arrival here, we do have another one, Breeze Airways, I think, coming in. As soon as we get there, I will get to your questions. So give me just a moment. Or you can repeat the question. It's already moved on my thing. My list is very short. My chat is short on the computer, so we use it. But if you have any questions, I will do my best to get to them. I try not to ignore any of my viewers as much as possible. Sometimes we have some issues. All right, so next up is going to be Breeze. It's going to be hidden behind the pillar here for a moment. So Breeze is going to be Moxie 208. This one's coming in from Columbus, Ohio. It's going to be our next arrival. We do have that KC-130 still sitting over there. Doesn't look like we're going to have too many movements out of that today. No, I don't work here at the airport, but I'm here just to do the show usually, and I come do some plane spotting. So we come out here on Wednesdays and Sundays. Been trying to throw in some Friday shows. Next Friday we'll be out here, or this coming Friday we'll be out here for the 4th of July for fireworks Friday evening. If you're new to the channel, we had a lot of issues Friday trying to put on a show. My equipment does not handle the heat whatsoever. Got an American on the move. Got another American, that E-175, out there at the end of the runway, ready to go. Planes flying. So we are starting to get busy here. Again, I apologize if I miss any messages. Give you that flight information for that American 737 that just departed a moment ago, as we have the American Eagle off and going. Nice early rotation for that E-175. Oh, we can't see him marshaling in our Air Canada too well, unfortunately. Yeah, Heathrow, it won't let you unless you're one of our top mods. So Molly's the only one that I believe can post links in the chat. But feel free to shout out here. Heathrow Joe's got a YouTube channel. If you guys go check him out. As Air Canada pulls up to the gate here. So American Eagle, there was Envoy Air 3922. They're headed to Washington, D.C. via Ronald Reagan. American Airlines 2960 headed to Miami on that 737 we missed a moment ago. Next arrival is going to be American Airlines 2340 coming in from Miami. This is going to be on an A321 Neo. Arriving in 2 minutes, 1 hour and 35 minutes of flight time for the A321. Our American 777 is still 3 hours away. There you go. There's a prime example of the bells. They're trying to move that jetway up to Air Canada, that E175. So you guys were asking about that earlier in the morning. And see our A321 off in the distance making that turn. There's another Air Canada on the ground here. I think this one's headed back to Toronto. Nope, this one's headed to Montreal. Jazz 674 over there headed to Montreal. I'm really sad that we only caught the A220 one time from Air Canada. Really disappointing. And we've only caught the Vancouver flight once in that MAX 8. So kind of disappointing there that we haven't gotten too many of them, of the Air Canadas. So again, this one, Jazz Aviation headed to Montreal. This Air Canada E175. Got to get out here and catch WestJet too. We will have Copa and Aeromexico today, later on in the afternoon, if you guys are interested in Copa and Aeromexico. We've got a Breeze over on the other side. That's the one that came in from Columbus. I thought it was taxiing out. They haven't made it to their gate just yet. So the work begins on our Air Canada here in front of us. Offloading. I did. Thank you for the update on our subscriber count. Matt Man, good afternoon, good morning, I should say. I'm so used to afternoon. So we were at 5176 when we started the show. We've gained 10 new subscribers already today. Already this morning, 10 of you guys have enjoyed the show. So thank you guys so much for joining the channel and subscribing. Again, thank you guys for liking what you're seeing, subscribing. Make sure you guys smash the like button as well. That helps YouTube put us out there. Again, we're trying to go for 300 likes today. Figured we hit it last Sunday. I think we can do it again today. We're going to try to be out here for at least 7 hours. Hopefully we don't run into any issues this afternoon with equipment. If you guys have been with us long enough, you know the last 2 weeks have been rough with the equipment and this heat wave. So we're going to do our best to keep you guys entertained with the planes. Not quite a sunrise stream there, Matt, man. Sunrise is at 6:01 a.m. here on the East Coast, here in Raleigh, Durham. Hopefully one of these days we'll get out here and get you guys a sunrise to show. There's that American from Miami. It's like they flipped one American for one Charlotte. And by that I mean, so they're sending one A321 from Miami and they're sending one 737 from Charlotte, which is not something they normally do. Air Canada doing it right, keeping the cabin cool already, hooking up that air conditioning system to that E175. Got another Delta 737 headed out to the end of the runway for departure. Air Canada still out there. Looks like Air Canada about to line up here to head back to Montreal. If it'll let you, Heathrow Joe, go ahead. I don't know that it'll allow you to post it. I think Molly's the only one that can post links in our chat. Air Canada Express. So you guys heard me talking about the fire escape and buying us some time. Well, right here's the fire escape. You can see if the sun goes the right way, we should be under the fire escape for a couple of extra minutes here this afternoon. We have that Delta on the way out. We don't have any more arrivals here for the next few minutes. Looks like we have a Southwest coming in from Chicago, coming in from Matman. Coming in just about 6 minutes. We've got another American up on radar. Where is that one? Oh, nope, that's the one that just came in. So we got that Delta out there at the end. They're working hard here on this Air Canada. Got that C-130 over on the general aviation side of things. Oh, there it is. It did work. Yeah, hopefully they do for you, Eric. Lynn, good morning, good afternoon. Yeah, I don't understand what the deal is with... I noticed in Nelia's show this morning, everybody's chat was a little bit different. Everybody's name was slightly different. So there you go. Go check out Heathrow Joe. Jeff Davis, good morning. Hope you're doing well. So Southwest going to come in over here, a 2-3 left here in just a few minutes. Still can't put any of you guys up on the screen for whatever reason this morning. Probably an issue with OBS. I did update OBS yesterday, so there could be some sort of issue with OBS, which is our operating software. Delta's still sitting out there at the end of the runway at 737. I wouldn't think that that's going to Atlanta, but there's a good possibility that it is. We just had one leave not too long ago, headed to Atlanta. Go. Delta getting ready for their departure. I believe this is going to be a 737-900. Again, not up on radar yet. As soon as it is, though, we'll check him out. OBS can be great. Sometimes OBS can be a real pain in the butt. But most of the time, I don't have any issues with OBS. Other than right now, I'm not having our clock up there and not having the being able to post what you guys are chatting about. So Delta making a run for it. Southwest still a ways out. So let's go over to the other side here. We'll go check out our KC-130. Yeah, exactly, it's free. So I can't complain about OBS being free. That is one beauty of OBS. So, Drago, today we're down on the 6th floor, all the way at the north end, closest to the tower. So if you're on the ramp down there, you should be able to see us. Kind of. You might be able to see the camera in my upper half here. We're hiding behind the walls here this morning. So you might be able to see us if you're down there. It looks like we got an A320 about to move here for American Airlines. I didn't hear the bells for the gate. And then we have, again, we have Southwest coming in from Chicago here in just a moment. Let's go over here to American while we wait. We've got another minute or two here before Southwest arrives. Nice, Drago. All right. So you're working Air Canada flight. We'll be looking for you then. Like we used to look for our buddy Captain Carolina there with Air Canada. So we'll keep an eye out for you there on Air Canada. So that A320 pushing back. Southwest should be close to being into view of the camera here. A little different perspective between me and the camera. I see it all before the camera does. There's our Southwest from Matt Mann's neck of the woods. Coming in from Chicago. Yeah, there's something seriously off with YouTube. But there's Miss Molly, Molly 07. I don't know what that's all about. Molly's in the chat. Good morning, Molly. It's already warm out here. So there you go, this A320 up to the starting line. Michael C. from Tulsa. What's up, Michael C.? Good morning to you. Got Delta 1279 coming in from Tampa. That's going to be our next arrival here. It's going to be an A320, 1 hour and 25 minutes of flight time for this one. As the American A320 gets out of here. So Delta from Tampa, a minute and, or 1 hour and 25 minutes of flight time. Be interesting to see where this one's headed. The American here. Not normal to see an A320 back here on the backside. This one must have been parked here overnight. Feels like we're getting a little bit of a breeze up here in the parking garage. Thankfully, I'm starting to sweat. I am fully in the shade this morning, but it is already 85 degrees. According to the computer, it's 85. Flight control testing being performed on that A320. Thank you, Molly. 199 departures, 196 arrivals today at RDU. Thank you for that information. There's Miss Carolina hopping in here, saying hello to everyone. Good morning to Miss Carolina. Miss Carolina and I working, trying to hammer out some details for next week. We're still undecided on what we're doing. We've kind of got to make a plan, go together, but also, what in the heck is this all about? Also going to do separate things next weekend as well. Going to try to make next week's trip family oriented, but as well as try to get some shows in as well. So we're trying to hammer out next weekend. Huh, wonder what they've had to pick up today. Last time I saw a heavy wrecker like that on airport property, they were picking up an airplane out from between the runway and the taxiway out there last year when the University of North Carolina's plane crashed. And we got a United A319 on the way out. So that makes me wonder why they had the heavy wreckers in here. Could be anything. They could have been picking up some equipment, some other things. There's tons of heavy objects here at the airport that they've got to pick up, not just airplanes, but baggage carts, the tugs, stuff to that nature. You know, I was talking about the other day, with a couple people, we got our AC fixed in our house just in time, right? If you live here, like Jeff and Molly and a bunch of other of you guys who watch the show, you know it's been a brutal last couple of weeks. So I'm so glad that we got our AC in our house fixed, replaced, fixed, whatever you want to call it. Because I don't know that I could handle this heat in my house. Granted, it is still a bit warm in the house, but it's nowhere near as hot as it would be if we didn't have air conditioning at all. So this arrival is American Airlines 2683. This one's coming in from Dallas Fort Worth. This one's a 737-800 for American Airlines. 2 hours and 20 minutes of flight time for this one. About 2 hours and 21 minutes. Randy S., good morning. Nice touchdown there for American. Gotta re-glue this thing down on our lens here. Causing a lot of slippage. The little rubber piece on our lens that the rubber grip for the zoom in and out has kind of bit the dust. Ooh, check this car out. What is up with this? Is this a taxi? I'm sure it's wrapped. Interesting looking car here. Alright, let's go to Air Canada here for a minute so I can take a peek at flight radar, see who we have for arrivals. Next arrival is going to be Republic Airways. That's going to be an American Eagle flight. This one also coming in from Matt Mann's neck of the woods, coming in from Chicago O'Hare. It's going to be about 1 hour and 30 minutes of flight time for this one by the time it lands, arriving now just 3 minutes away. Looks like we've got American out at the end of the runway, ready for departure. Followed by the United A319. That should be a good departure there, that A319. The new Tesla taxi. It's definitely odd, whatever it is, whatever they're doing with that. Alright, American at A320 on the move. This is the one that was back here in the alleyway with us. Give you guys that information here shortly. Thank you, Matt, man. Keep them coming. The more the merrier. Keeps us busy here on the show. And that's what we like. We like to be busy here on the show. No slow or boring moments. As American rolls on out of here. Nice early departure there for that one. United sitting out there waiting as well. You can kind of see it there between the trees. So that American is headed to Philadelphia. That's American 1115, that A320-200 to Philadelphia. That's a little bit different from what we normally see. Normally it's either an A319 or 737 from Philadelphia. Probably see that one later this afternoon. The 737s, possibly that A319. Not used to all the flights in the morning where they're coming and going from. So I definitely have to double check them on flight radar. Looks like we might have a United from Houston. This one's coming up from the south, just south of the airport. We'll look at it in a moment. Should be a nice departure here for this A319. An absolute amazing sound leaving here for United. Again, next up is going to be that American from Chicago. It's an American Eagle, but it's operated by... Who did I say it was operated by? Republic Airways. So that first American, that was to Philadelphia. Went over that one. So that was American Airlines, or United 1117. That's interesting. American 1115, United 1117. Anyway, this A319 headed to Denver, Colorado. So United to Denver. Speaking of United, we have that one coming in from the south. I feel like it's coming from Houston. It is. It's going to be Mesa Airlines. That one arriving in just 7 minutes. Almost directly in front of me here in the air. Just west of the airport. Comes Republic from Chicago. So thank you guys for tuning in. Once again, if you guys are just joining us, please make sure you smash the like button. I'm trying to get to 300 likes today. We made it to if you were watching the show last week, we were several away last week. Before we ended the show, I'd like to be at 300 this week before we end the show. But we did eventually, after the show, make it to 300 on last Sunday's show. So thank you guys for not only watching, but liking what you're seeing. Subscribing. We gained 60 new subscribers last Sunday. So thank you to you guys for subscribing to the channel as well. Lots of big things coming out of last Sunday. I believe we've already got 10 or 11 new subscribers today alone, and we've been on the air for an hour and some change. Not quite an hour and a half. can't see United from Houston anymore. I was going to try to put them on screen in the air, but I've lost visual. Got another American, looks like another A319. Got a lot happening here. We've got, maybe not a lot, but Frontier coming in from Buffalo, New York. Manuel the Squirrel Monkey livery on board that one. That one's another 3 minutes or so out, along with that Houston flight. So a couple more minutes here for our next 2 arrivals. So again, if you guys are just joining us too, I apologize. I'm going to try this one more time and put you guys up on the screen again. OBS went through an update yesterday. Looks like we're unable to put you guys up on the chat at the moment. But we'll check it again later tonight. Oh, we got Spirit. We got a flying banana off to Fort Lauderdale. I'm going to skip out on our American Eagle here. I know it's a close-up of the American Eagle, but we don't see a whole lot of Spirit Airlines, right? So let's give some love to the banana here. Spirit, I believe, is going to head back to Fort Lauderdale. This one come in from Fort Lauderdale a little while ago. It is. This is Spirit 2614 headed to Fort Lauderdale. So American Eagle pulling up to the gate here. Air Canada looks like they're almost ready to go already. Air Canada, or Air Canada. Spirit gonna hide there behind the C-130 tail. Looks like we got a Delta A321 headed out. Hopefully we'll see our 757s later today. Remember last week we caught a couple of 75s from Delta Airlines coming from Atlanta. Again, Spirit headed it to Fort Lauderdale. Next arrival is going to be that Frontier 2979 coming in from Buffalo, New York. There is Frontier from Buffalo. Manuel the Squirrel Monkey on board. riding on the tail of Frontier. Air Canada's already ready to go. I feel like we just saw Air Canada's arrival. Very, very quick turnaround down there. One of our viewers working the Air Canada flight. It's going to be looking for us. Uh-oh, did we have an accident down here? I heard it. I heard it. Where was it? So Air Canada about to go out while I look to see where this accident was. Clearly heard it. Might have been on the other end or downstairs, one of the two. Don't see anything right here, right in front of us. It'll be the first time we've seen or heard an accident down here below us. So we got Southwest on the other side. We've got this American A319 on the move as well. Like I said, Air Canada about to push back. That one's going to be headed to Fort Lauderdale. Alright, let's see. Where are you headed? That one's headed to Philadelphia as well. That's American Airlines 2607 headed to Philly. Next arrival is going to be Mesa Airlines from Houston. That's going to be that E175. 2 hours and 25 minutes of flight time for the E175. Float the nose of that E175. Coming in nice and slow. So Air Canada's almost got their guys in place here for pushback. We've got Delta out here at the end of the runway. That's that A321. Looks like we're going to have some Avelo action here. This one coming in from Fort Myers. That's going to come in at 23 left here in just a minute. Hopefully we'll be able to catch that one as Southwest sits over there waiting for their spotlight in their limelight in front of the camera here, as we wait on Delta. Air Canada almost ready for push. There we go, there's our Delta. Where will this one be heading? This is another one to Atlanta. I'm confused, because they've already had two leave for Atlanta Don't think this is our Minneapolis flight. Our Minneapolis flight was an A320. Ooh, this one leaving heavy wherever it's going. Southwest is sitting over there. Gonna skip out on Southwest. We'll see more Southwest later this afternoon. They are still just sitting there, but we will go for Avelo here in just a few minutes. Avelo making that final left turn onto final. Got a Delta CRJ on the way out. I imagine that one's possibly going back to JFK. We were fooled last week. We had one that came from JFK but went somewhere else. So another CRJ on the way. So Avelo, this is a 737. Again, that one coming in from Fort Myers. 1 hour and 35 minutes of flight time for this one. By the time they land, it'll probably be closer to 1 hour 37 minutes. Flight radar says it's about a minute left in their flight, but they look like they're about 2 minutes away. So Air Canada getting ready to head back to Montreal. Or no, is this is our Toronto flight, isn't it? Montreal was earlier. We'll find out here in just a few minutes. Matt Man gifting 1 Carolina Aviation membership. Thank you, Matt Man. As a matter of fact, I need to do that today as well. I need to gift out the memberships. I was going to wait until Wednesday, but I don't know if we'll be on Wednesday in order to gift out memberships. Now Friday, or no, we have to do it today. You're right. Friday, we're going to gift out the beginning of the month 5 Carolina Aviation memberships during the 4th of July special. So Friday evening, if you're interested, we'll be giving away those 5 memberships. I have 5 to give away today. I was thinking Wednesday, but Wednesday's the 2nd. So today and Friday we'll be gifting out 10 memberships. So thank you, Matt Man, for the support. Matt Man and both Pip gifting a $2 super chat and 1 membership. Try to put it up on the screen for you, Matt Man. Again, having issues with OBS and not accepting that. I can click on it, it highlights it, but it doesn't necessarily do it. So at some point today, we'll have to gift out those other memberships. And congratulations to the gifted member there. Southwest, ready to go. Forgot about Southwest, they were hiding behind the C-130. So Southwest looks like it's an 800, 737-800. Can't tell if it's a MAX or not. Pit poo. Yeah, he was in here earlier. He was in here pretty early. I assume he's working the night shift again. But he was in here right as soon as we started the show this morning. Would have been about 6, 7 a.m. for him. Southwest on the move. Again, got this truck in the way. Try to give you guys a little bit extra of that side there. Air Canada getting unhooked. Southwest headed to Atlanta. And that Delta that the A321 a moment ago, that one is headed to Atlanta as well. Oddly enough. So we got a Pokemon on the way. I swear that's what this looks like. And if you guys aren't familiar with Pokemon, it's okay. You don't have to be. Miss Carolina will understand it. So our next arrival is going to be Frontier 3330. Axel. The Axolotl livery. I can't ever pronounce it. I swear this thing looks like a Pokemon. So that one's coming in from DFW, arriving in 2 minutes, 2 hours and about 17 minutes by the time they get here. Just west of the airport, making their left turns. All right, so he's on the pushback. Where did it go? There it is. Hold on. Gonna look down at our pushback tug there. See if he's got us. Give him a quick wave here. He's gonna go behind the thing there. So Drago on the pushback tug there. So if he comes around here. We've got that CRJ on the move for Delta Airlines. We're going to hang out with. I forgot. There he is. Giving us a wave down there from the Air Canada ramp. Thank you, sir. Greatly appreciate that as we await the departure of your aircraft here. I love it when you guys interact with us down there on the ramp. It's always a good time. Alright, so that CRJ that departed a moment ago, that was Endeavor 5160. That's headed to LaGuardia. Got an American Airlines going to follow. It's going to be Republic Airways. It's going to follow in Axel from Dallas. Coming in from DFW. That's going to be an A321 Neo. The little Pokemon looking thing on the back of the Frontier there. Nice and quiet back here in the alleyway now. Lots of movements here at the moment. Looks like we've got United and American racing out to the end of the runway. You can see United's tail there just above the terminal. So there's United in that 737. I think that American might have been heading to the gate. We've got another United in a big hurry. Going to pop out from behind the terminal here in just a moment. I don't know if that's another slowing down here for Air Canada. Lynn. Yeah, so, well, there's the American I saw the tail of. So apparently it is. I think it's some sort of sea creature. I have no idea what they are. I've never seen one other than what's here. We've seen Axel before. So good to see Axel back here. I always say he looks like a Pokemon, but all right, Republic 4459 coming in from New York. LaGuardia, that's going to be another E175 here. So four out for departure here. United, American, Air Canada, and another United, all out and ready to go. Here comes a Republic from LaGuardia. 2 737s for United this morning. So here going to turn out early, give us the nice shots. No, unfortunately, Calgary is not daily. I know for a fact it's on Fridays. It was here Friday. Unfortunately, we missed it due to the heat. So there's a possibility next Friday. If it is cloudy next Friday, there's a possibility we'll be here early enough where we can catch possibly the departure of WestJet. That'll be exciting. That'll be nice. We've yet to see it on the show. I saw it Friday evening. Me and Ramona checked it out. Ramona posted a video of the WestJet over here on YouTube as well as Instagram, I believe. So make sure you go and check that out over on Ramona Aviation's page. The departure of WestJet. You can find her Instagram as well as YouTube here. Ramona, a wonderful friend of the channel. Felt bad Ramona came up here to hang out with us and we couldn't get a show off the ground on Friday. But it was still a good time, me and Ramona hanging out after the show. What little bit of show we could get off the ground for you guys. Gonna do a rapid fire departures here, it looks like. American Airlines already lined up and ready to go as we get a good close-up look of American Eagle. So here we go. We were talking about the wreckers earlier. So here's one pulling a big piece of equipment. As the American A321 ready for departure. United lined up and ready to go. Alright, let's try to give you guys some flight information here on those two departures. United headed to Washington Dulles, that is United 2163. American 1895 headed to Charlotte in that A321. And we've got another United on the move. United here, this one's going to leave quite late, quite heavy. Going to lose it all together. There behind the terminal. Breeze on the other side, ready to go as our E175 makes its way to the gate. So Air Canada is headed back to Toronto. United is United 1340 headed to Newark, New Jersey. Next arrival is going to be Endeavour 5120. This one coming in from Newark, New Jersey. This is going to be a CRJ 900. Going to be our next arrival. Crows are back again this week. Yeah, I'm gonna try to do my best to stay cool, man. It's already warm out here. According to my computer right now, it says it's 84. We got a slight breeze blowing at my back here. Hopefully that will continue. All right, next up, Air Canada to Toronto. The little E175. departure of Air Canada. Got Breeze over here ready to go. We do have another arrival on our side here. Next arrival is going to be Delta 2164 from Detroit, Michigan. That's going to be an A320-200. Breeze is not going to go anywhere. Well, let's swing back over here and grab Delta from Detroit. Delta. Breeze did finally get out of here. Let's hang out with American Eagle here while I take a quick peek at flight radar one more time. Got a couple more arrivals, it looks like. American Airlines is going to be our next arrival. American Airlines 2023 coming in from Charlotte. It's going to be an A220, or A220, an A321, excuse me. From Charlotte. So the Breeze Airways that we missed a moment ago, that's headed to Columbus, Ohio. Moxie at 209. That was an A220-300. Headed out to Columbus, Ohio. Looks like we got a decent line coming in from the northeast. Looks like we got some more United and some more American. Got another one coming in from Newark in just about 7 minutes. The airspace is really, really full here around the airport. Southwest coming in from Nashville. This is going to be a MAX 8. This one's not on flight radar. There's no photos of this one. This one's possibly one of their new ones. So that one arriving in 20 minutes. But again, our next arrival though is American 2023 from Charlotte. That one says 1 minute out, thereabouts, kind of close. Captain Carolina in the house. What's up, buddy? Hope you're doing well. That is exciting news. You made it down to Jamaica yesterday. Very, very nice. Congratulations. Sounds like a fun time. We had an Aviation flight fly in here a little while ago. Don't think you were on it though. So congratulations to Captain Carolina for working for Aviation, getting to travel and do all the fun things and some of the not so fun things. Southwest over here behind our C-130, getting ready for their turn and burn. Looks like they might do some Southwest things and turn and burn right out of here. There they go, Southwest with that turn and burn. No slowing down for this one. Try and carry it out through the window here. What is this? A fuel cart? I think it is. Definitely appears to be. All right, we got a few minutes here before our next arrival. Southwest, that is Southwest 159. That's headed to Austin, Texas. That was a 737-800 performing that quick turn and burn there. Let's zoom out a little bit here. Let's see what we got. Let's check on our international flights. Almost to New York is American 173 Heavy from London. 1 hour and 22 minutes of flight time for that 777-200. Still got an hour left. Air France from Paris. They still have 4 hours left to go here. 4 hours on the dot, in fact. JetBlue from San Juan, Puerto Rico. JetBlue 404. That's coming in 2 hours and 13 minutes. Nothing special there. At least it doesn't show on that livery. Aeromexico, 2 hours and 56 minutes of flight time. They are following the Gulf of Mexico. Copa Airlines also on the move. Copa 2 hours and 43 minutes away. So there's a little update on all of our international flights this afternoon. Of course, JetBlue coming in from San Juan, Puerto Rico is technically not a international flight. We do have some more Air Canada action here in a little while as well. Let's see. Both of those Air Canadas that left earlier still en route to their destinations, of course. So again, United 2058 coming in from Newark, New Jersey. This is going to be a 737-900. That one's going to be in about 4 minutes. Four minutes for the 900 here. I'm going to snag some hydration. Oop, not that one. That one's frozen. Mix up a little liquid IV this morning here, so I can make sure to stay hydrated. Almost afternoon here. Right, I got United in view. Not quite ready for the camera yet though, but United is in view. So again, that one coming up from Newark. Very nice busy morning this morning so far. Much better than last weekend. We are going to hit that noon-ish slowdown here. For a couple of minutes. Looks like we got a CRJ on the move. Beautiful looking at United here. This has got to be one of my favorite liveries. What's up, Will? Hope you're doing well, Will. Enjoying your summer vacation. Give me out a CRJ headed out to the end of the runway there. Got a private jet about to land over here on this side if it hasn't already. There it is. I can barely see it the way the sun is situated here. A little private jet action. It's going to be followed by the American. And we've got a Delta A320 on the way out. That's the one that came from Minneapolis earlier. That one's gonna head it back out to Minneapolis, I believe. American Airlines 2781 gonna be our next arrival. It's gonna be an A319 from Philadelphia. So lots of flights to and from Philadelphia today, it looks like. So very interesting for them. Here we go. Bombra, the Jaguar livery for Frontier on the way out as well. Greg, good morning. You know, I wish United would do more retro liveries, but you know, I have a feeling that they'll never bring back like the Battleship Gray one, and you know, I have a feeling that the Battleship Gray one kind of has a bad taste with them. Be interesting to see them bring back the Battleship Gray livery for United. Personally, I like the old white and orange United retro livery. So here comes our A319 from Philadelphia. all nation. I wish it was raining here. Already hot. 55% humidity. There's not a breeze in sight for me anyway up here on the parking garage. Luckily we're under some cover. So we're gonna run until the sunlight catches up with us like we did last week. Gonna try to keep our equipment out of the sun. So if that means we're ending with the arrival of Air France, then we're gonna do that. I might possibly put up the umbrellas to try to keep that from happening for a little while, but we'll see. Again, I did move into a certain spot where hopefully we've bought ourselves a few hours as well. Right by the fire escape here, so hopefully the fire escape will keep us shaded for a while. What are we doing over here? Looks like we got Delta up next. I believe that's going to be our A319. That CRJ still sitting out there. A320. I thought it was an A319, but it's not. A320 headed back to, I believe, Minneapolis. Frontier out there as well, ready to go, lining up. Southwest going to be our next arrival, coming in from Nashville, Tennessee. That one's going to be here in just a minute. So Delta 2519 headed to Minneapolis, Minnesota there, that A320. Frontier's not up on flight radar. Don't know that we're going to catch Southwest's arrival. Frontier gonna move. They stay in. Let's go over to Southwest. Hopefully we'll catch both. Of course, as soon as I move the camera, Southwest gets a move on, or Frontier gets a move on. We'll swing back and forth here in just a minute. Wait on Frontier to get beyond the trees. Again, Southwest from Nashville, Tennessee. That CRJ up next for departure. Let's see where Frontier's headed here if it pops up. Got a Delta on final Delta 2633 coming in from Atlanta, Georgia. This is going to be another 737 at 9. Somber, the Jag livery, is Frontier 3073. They're headed to Cleveland. So Frontier to Cleveland. The CRJ ready to go. And of course our next arrival is going to be that Delta. From Atlanta, let's look and see if we can see where the CRJ is headed currently. So Endeavor 5273 headed to Newark, New Jersey. Again, that is CRJ 900. No 777 yet. The 777 still has about an hour and some change left, if not just under an hour. Now, we last checked on the 777 a few minutes ago. It had an hour and 22 minutes. So I believe we're just about under an hour for that one. So Delta from Atlanta about to touch down. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. It seems about every 6 months, don't it? I'm up here quite a bit. It's just oh, yeah. You're up there like what, 3.5 years old? About 2. That's what I started with the show with. I don't know if it's leaving or going, I don't know. It might be, they got it open now. I'll be here for it, hopefully, as long as this continues to act the way it should. I don't know. It's the computer itself. I don't know. Service has been fine. Friday I couldn't even get a shovel around. Well, seeing you were way up. Alright, dude, thank you, sir. Yep, good to see you again.
Alright, looks like our next arrival is going to be Republic Airways coming in from JFK, New York. A good friend of ours, John, is stopping by up here to say hello. It's been a while since we've seen John, so good to see him. So our A319 here from Philadelphia is sitting here waiting for a gate. I do have those 5 memberships to gift out here in just a little bit. We'll gift those out here sometime this afternoon if you guys are interested in those. It looks like we've got a little movement over there at our C-130. Looks like they've got a door open over there. We've got this American Eagle just below us here moving out. The little E-175. Speaking of E-175s, we got this next one coming in from JFK. Vincent, good afternoon. So passing of the E-175s there. Have a nice close-up there. A lot of American Airlines action happening right now. We've got an A321 on the move, headed out to Charlotte, I believe. This is another, or this one could be headed back to Miami. I forgot they brought one from Miami this morning.
Again, looking like Charlotte here with all these American Airlines at the moment. Got that 737 headed out, that A319 from Philadelphia there. And we're going to have that other American Eagle back here in just a minute. I believe they had to go around our 737. Next arrival is going to be Delta Airlines, or Republic Airlines. It's going to be a Delta connection. Republic 5778 coming in from LaGuardia. This is going to be an E175. And American 2340 headed to Miami. So that was that A321 headed out to Miami, Florida. Got a nice little breeze blowing through here now. Thank goodness. I was worried about the computer here. It's starting to overheat. So there's the Delta arrival. Again, that one is going to be a Delta connection, but it is operated by Republic Airways of Republic 5778. Coming in from New York City via LaGuardia. You guys hear the American Eagle down here. They're not ready for that one yet. They're working on it. About to have somebody out here with it. So swing out here to Delta. Again, thank you guys for joining us. If you are just joining us, please make sure you smash the like button. I've got memberships to gift as well here this afternoon. So we'll be gifting those out a little later on. I'm going to say probably around the 1 o'clock hour, if I don't forget. So Vincent, everything went sideways on Friday. The computer overheated, the soundboard overheated, the camera overheated. The camera was in its lowest setting too. Everything just overheated. So doing mid-afternoon shows like that, the show was not very well on Friday. Thank you, Bob. Greatly appreciate that. Thank you guys once again for joining the show today and liking what you're seeing. Again, trying to make it to 300 likes today. And I'm wondering, hold on, let's swing over to our C-130 here while we wait for our next arrivals and departures. Looks like they got the door open there on the C-130. Maybe this will depart here shortly. Yeah, Vincent, we did not have a good time on Friday, unfortunately. It was kind of a good thing. Friday was a very slow afternoon. But again, this Friday, we will be back. We're going to gift out 5 memberships this coming Friday. It's going to be a late start to the show, possibly a morning show. Split the day up, do morning and one evening. Of course, the 4th of July will indeed be the fireworks special, our 2nd annual fireworks show. This Southwest coming in from St. Louis. So we'll have our fireworks show next Friday. Could be a late start Friday. Again, I kind of want to do an early-ish morning Friday show. And so this is a want. This is not set in stone. But I thought maybe we could catch Bermuda Air on Friday morning. We'll see what happens there. Southwest 1904, that one was the one that we caught landing there from St. Louis. So again, thank you guys for liking the show and subscribing today already. Well, we're almost at 20. We're 3 subscribers away from being at 20 subscribers for the day already, and we're not even halfway through the day yet. So if you haven't yet subscribed, please do so. Again, we're 3 away from 20 already today. We're only 7 away from reaching 200, 5,200. So 7 more subscribers today. 3 to reach 20, 7 to reach 200. So thank you guys for subscribing. It's American Airlines, and that 737 that gets out of here, leaving a bit heavy for the 800. Gonna lose it. Yeah, we're not gonna see it again. There behind the terminal. So both the American Eagles are in. Let's go back and check out and see what's happening at the C-130 while I look to see what our next set of arrivals are. Rob Blackman, good afternoon. Again, thank you guys so much for liking and subscribing. We do have a like goal of 300 today. So the American Eagle that left a moment ago, that was Republic Airways at 4765. They're headed to JFK, New York. That 737 that we just checked out leaving, that's American Airlines 2685. They're headed out to Dallas-Fort Worth. All right, let's check out our 777. Next arrival is going to be a Delta. So we've got a little bit of a slowdown here for just a few minutes while we wait on some more traffic. The American 777 from London Heathrow is now 52 minutes away out over the ocean. Vincent gifting 10 Carolina Aviation memberships. Thank you, Vincent. Unfortunately, I can't put that up on the screen. Again, we're having lots of issues with softwares and computers. The update to OBS. Congratulations to the 10 of you folks who gained those memberships. Thank you so much, Vincent. Vincent and Molly, huge supporters of the channel, as well as Miss Ramona and Matt Man. Thank you guys. Pip as well. Thank you guys for the continued support. As a matter of fact, while we're doing this and while we're waiting, I'm going to go ahead and gift out those memberships that we have here today. Hopefully this doesn't affect the show too much. Looks like we're having a slight service complication here. Happens when it gets really, really hot. Again, it's already 90 plus degrees out here at the airport. Interesting. It won't let me do it from my phone without actually buying it. Alright. I gotta do it the other way. So give me a second. It's not like we got a whole lot going on right now, so that makes it perfect. Hopefully no issues arise here while we try to mess with anything on the computer. Computers being a sensitive pain in the behind the last few weeks. So there you go, 5 more Carolina Aviation memberships. That's 15 on the day, 16 on the day. So congratulations to the 5 that were gifted via the ones I gifted. And congratulations to the 15 of you guys gifted memberships today. Thank you for the update. 116 likes. Oh, we got some movement. Just in time. Delta A319 on the way out. Alan, good morning, by the way. Good afternoon. Ramona Aviation gifting 10 as well. So there we go. 25 gifted memberships today. 26. Thank you guys so much. You guys are amazing. Again, I will have 5 more to gift to you guys on Friday during the 4th of July special. I'm allowed to gift out 10 a month via YouTube. YouTube giving out those to content creators. So thank you guys so much. That is absolutely fantastic. 26 new memberships today. 20 new subscribers so far. Let's actually check that. We were 3 away from 20 on the subscriber count. Says I opened the wrong thing here. Still 3 subscribers away from hitting 20 for the day already. So thank you guys who have subscribed. Big subscriber day. Gonna move the phone around here a little bit. Still got 5G. Had a little bit of a lapse there in service. Give us just a second there. And congratulations to all of you that were gifted those memberships. Yeah, we've crossed over into afternoon. We're about 25 minutes into the lunch hour here. So Delta from Nashville, Tennessee is going to be our next arrival. Looks like this A319 is going to get a move on here in just a minute. Possibly. It looked like they were ready to hit the runway there. There they go, finally. Again, if you guys are just joining us, I apologize for all the trees and everything in the way. We're down a floor today to combat the heat. And we moved to the end to try and buy some extra time this afternoon. So hopefully the fire escape structure will help shade us later this afternoon for a little bit longer, so we can give you guys a little bit more content. We also have Aeromexico, Copa, they're both on the way. More Air Canada to come later this afternoon around the 3 p.m. hour. And of course Air France and the American 777 from London Heathrow. That's going to be our first major international arrival this afternoon. Arriving in just a few minutes. About 30 minutes or so now, I believe. 40 minutes. So there we go. Delta on the move. We've got a Velo. Captain Carolina over here. Captain Carolina's team over here. Velo Airlines. Wonderful looking livery from of Velo. Delta 1038, that's headed to Fort Lauderdale. That A319. So here we go, a Velo. Through the glass of the SUV parked right here in our way. Here we go. See, getting ready for the 777, taking over all of the cargo handling equipment. And we have an American Eagle on pushback. Again, this one coming in from Nashville, Tennessee. Hopefully the internet there will stabilize here. Just noticing a little stuttering in the background. The internet keeps fluctuating just a little bit. Nice cloud cover on certain parts of the airport. Be nice to see the entire airport covered in clouds at the moment. Where was that? I've got a American ERJ leaving out on the backside. I wonder where they were parked at. That's a CRJ. Looks like a 700. Let's swing around here, try to get this one. This one was hiding back there. Oh, it is an ERJ. No, I was right. CRJ, sorry. So that CRJ getting out of here. As we have the American Eagle pushed back, ready to go, out at the starting line. Gonna start engines there. A Velo, well, a Velo 684, they're headed to Rochester. Got a Flex Jet gonna be our next arrival. Where is... 777 is just southeast of DC. Now 41 minutes away. We got a lot of traffic coming up from the south here, about 3 or 4. So let's check on some of our other international flights this afternoon. Let's look into Copa. Copa's crossing over Cuba. They still have 2 hours and 1 minute of flight time left. Aeromexico following the Gulf of Mexico there. 2 hours and 18 minutes left for Aeromexico. We got Spirit from New Orleans arriving in an hour. Spirit to Fort Lauderdale, finally making it down there. As our E175 makes a run for it. Hi, nice plane spotter. Welcome to the show. Let me try to make a quick internet change here. I don't know if it's the cell phone or if it's just Verizon's crappy network. Well, I said we were going to. I'd have to ask Miss Carolina if she sees the other Wi-Fi. It must be at home. It's not in my bag. Oh, never mind. Yes, it is. It's right here. Sorry, I moved its location. Put it in a different location. See, any more movement out of that C-130 over there? We don't have a lot of action going on for the next few minutes. So good time for you guys to go grab some lunch. Come back in just a little bit here as we work on getting some Wi-Fi stuff situated here, possibly. Got a couple sitting out here waiting for departure. An American Eagle and that Frontier Airlines. Both of them sitting out there waiting for departure. Miss Carolina gifting 1 Carolina Aviation membership. That's 27 total on the day. Again, thank you guys for gifting the memberships. Congratulations to those of you who gained memberships today. I hope you guys enjoy your 1 month free. Looks like American Eagle's gonna go now. Frontier will follow. Alan, to be honest, I don't know. I know a lot of people don't have a lot of issues. I don't know if it's just the type of computer I use and camera I use, but my camera in direct sunlight does not like the heat. Neither does the computer. It causes the CPU to run high for whatever reason, causing a whole lot of lag. So there's 3 main elements that cause issues, whether it be a service, the camera, or the computer. Lately it's been on the computer. So I don't know. I'd like to upgrade the PC to a gaming style PC that could handle like 10K if I wanted to throw 10K at it. Obviously we don't have a network that could handle 4K, but if we wanted to do a 4K show, that would be great. Just need a bigger computer, I think, for that aspect of it anyway. So the other thing is too, so like with the service issues and service concerns, we don't see an interruption in the internet very often in the wintertime. It's very, very rare. So I think what happens is the equipment out at the towers for Verizon Wireless tend to heat up and overheat, causing us all kinds of service issues in the summertime. Wintertime, we'll come out here, we'll never have an issue, ever. Unless something really, really catastrophic has happened, we usually don't have issues in the wintertime with service. So I think Verizon's towers and the buildings below them overheat. We are looking into different networks. We've been looking into them for quite some time. Trying to figure out what we need to do next. Hopefully we're going to have some big changes coming up here soon. I'm going to throw some more of... I'm going to try to put some more of our own money into the show here soon. So we'll see what happens with that. As you can see, the United E175 getting out of here. I believe that one will head back to Houston. Southwest, if you guys are following along on Flight Radar, do you see that Southwest making a really weird maneuver? They didn't fly up like they normally would. Interesting. Normally they fly up close to the end of the runway and then make a right bank to come around it for arrival. Alright, so looks like Frontier 1039. This is Manuel the Squirrel Monkey. This one's headed to Mickey Mouse Town, Orlando. So like right now we've got, I have a bar on the computer that shows me my service and what megabits we're running at, and it's bouncing all over the place. Now I can adjust it to keep the show from completely crashing out from service issues, but it is bouncing all over the place. It is above 90 degrees now, so the likelihood of having issues has gotten way greater now. Anything below 90, we typically tend to be good, but anything above 85, 90 degrees doesn't do too well for us. There we go. The C-130's got engines fired. We were wondering about the C-130 earlier this morning. Looks like that C-130 gonna get a move on here this afternoon. Looks like that United's getting ready to get a move on here. United up. United off and out. Our C-130 fired up, ready to go. United headed back to Houston. This is Mesa Airlines, Mesa 6075 or Ash 6075. Next arrival is going to be southwest from Dallas, 737 MAX 8, arriving in just 1 minute here. So we might as well stay here on this side and wait for the MAX. See if this C-130 gets a move on here. Southwest about a minute away. So this is the C-130. It's a military plane. So it's used for cargo, troop transport, stuff to that nature. You find them all over the world. As a matter of fact, the Blue Angels use a C-130 named Fat Albert to move all of their personnel and equipment. So it's always good to see a C-130. Southwest from Dallas Loves Field on final. a max 8. We slide right into the SUV's windshield here beside us, unfortunately. So they got this thing up and running. Are we going anywhere? Are we staying? What are we doing? So 2 hours and 18 minutes of flight time for Southwest 1793 from Dallas, Loves Field. There we go. There's our C-17 or C-130 movement. Yeah, send it out there to Ramona so she can go capture it, take videos of it. They're going to sit here and wait for Breeze Airways Moxie 330 coming in from New Orleans. It's going to be our first of 2 New Orleans flights this afternoon. Looks like we have a Spirit Airlines coming in from New Orleans as well this afternoon. So Breeze going to be the first one from New Orleans. Thank you, Molly, for the update. 142 likes. Not quite to halfway to our goal yet. We're 8 away to halfway. If we make it to 200, I'll be satisfied. I put in 300 because we got so close to 300 yesterday, and we've lengthened out the show quite a bit for Sunday. Figure why not push it to another 100? See if we can't reach 300 likes by the end of the day. If we do, we do. If we don't, we don't. Not a big deal. It does help the channel to reach a lot of likes, though, so we can continue to bring you guys your favorite planes. C-130 should go out here in just a moment. Then, of course, we are 3 subscribers still away from reaching 20 new subs already today. Means we're still 7 away from reaching 200. 5,200 friends here with the channel. So here goes our C-130. Close the back door. I don't know if you guys noticed that or not, but they did close the cargo door. Get somewhat of a good look of the departure here for just a minute. Again, there is an SUV parked right here beside us. Unfortunately, in our line of sight, there is that aircraft. Makes its way out. We'll keep an eye on it, see where it's headed. Chances are it won't have any information. Looks like our next arrival, though, it's going to be another Delta 3245. This one's coming from Atlanta. So a second. Actually, I don't even know how many Atlanta flights we've had so far already today. But another Atlanta flight. That one arriving here in just a few minutes. It's been a very busy morning so far. Now that we've reached the lunchtime hour, a little on the slower side. Business will pick back up here shortly. The American 777 is scheduled to land at 1:12 p.m. this afternoon. The American 777 is in North Carolina now, just crossing over into North Carolina. Arriving now in just 13 minutes. Looks like they might arrive a smidgen early. There's going to be a Delta in front of it. It's going to be Republic Airways 5626 coming in from Boston. That's going to be an E175LR. It's going to be that Delta connection, though. And of course, the Delta from Atlanta. Where is JetBlue? Looks like JetBlue from San Juan had to... Well, maybe they didn't. I thought maybe they had to make some adjustments out there, maybe some weather, but I guess not. Got a little bit of a breeze here at my back. Again, I got nothing right now for the next couple of minutes here while we await our next three arrivals, one of which being that 777 from London Heathrow. Ooh, do a little car spotting here. Nice looking BMW Z4, Toyota Supra. Speaking of cars, I saw an interesting thing yesterday that Toyota's going to use a Mazda engine for the next Toyota Supra. Or they're at least in talks with Mazda about using one of their engines. So again, about 9 minutes here for the 777 from London. Good time to have a little bit of a hydration break here for a minute, as it starts to warm up. No. It won't be a rotary. It'll be another inline six. I didn't know that Mazda made the made an inline six, but I guess they do. How true that statement is, I don't know. But it would be interesting to see if Mazda made an engine specifically for Toyota to use. I still think it's funny that, you know, Toyota doesn't have their own inline six engine for that car, using BMW engines now. Technically the whole car is BMW, but that would be interesting to see a rotary engine in a Supra. Rotary engines are really unreliable though. Got one of the little school planes here. Just came out of owning a Mazda. I still have the car, but never had any issues out of the car. I owned it for like 10, 12 years. Bought it with 100,000 miles on it. Put a clutch in it. Needs a charcoal canister. Car is well beyond its prime. It's been, you know, again, it's 2008. The car's almost 20 years old now, and needs quite a bit of work if I wanted to put it back on the road. But honestly, one of the best cars I've ever owned. So Delta from Atlanta, it's going to be our first arrival. Then we're going to have Republic Airways there with the Delta connection, followed by our 777. Yeah, the Mazda 6 was a really good car, especially if you get the Mazda Speed 6. That was a good little car. The problem with Mazda and their turbos was, well, any of their rotary stuff. Even if it wasn't rotary, but with the turbos, their oil seals go bad in their turbos. I almost bought a Mazda Speed 3 hatchback years ago. Quick little car, but I opted out of it because I knew the turbo seals go bad, burn oil. Would be replacing turbo seals quite frequently. Now the new one, the new Mazda 3 with what is it, 350 horsepower, it's all-wheel drive. That's a pretty nasty little car. The only thing is you can't get that car in manual transmission. You could only get it in the automatic. Mazda never designed or engineered the new Mazda 3 to have a manual transmission in it. So here you go, you hear bells. That American Eagle ready for pushback here just below us. Got a bit of a dust up kicking up over here. Are they working over there? Or is it just the wind kicking up the dust? Off the construction site of the new runway. Yeah, nobody's offering manuals anymore, and it's really sad. I know Toyota made a big deal about keeping theirs. And of course, Honda still kept some of theirs. All my years of driving, I've never owned an automatic car that I drove personally. I've never driven, on a personal level, an automatic. I've only driven manuals. I assume one of these days we'll, once we give up the Honda here, we may switch to something automatic. Unless I just upgrade to the new version of the current car that I have. Which I don't foresee that happening anytime soon. I don't want any car payments if I can help it. And there goes that Delta CRJ. Got American and an A321 out there at the end. We've got our A319 on the move. We're also about to have this American Eagle on the move here shortly. That would be a fantastic car. Put a LEAP engine in a Supra. That'd be so funny. Thank you, Molly, for the update. 148 likes. So again, our first international flight of the day is going to arrive here in just a couple of minutes. It says about 3 minutes for the 777, 7 hours and 35 minutes of flight time, possibly by the time they touch down here. But again, our next arrival is Republic Airways 5626 from Boston, Massachusetts. It's going to be another E175 Delta connection. Here comes that E175. So again, the 777 number 2 behind this little guy. So make sure, if you guys are just joining us for the 777, please smash the like button so we can continue to bring you your favorite plane. Helps the channel. Always a big influx in folks coming in when we have the 777s. So please make sure you smash the like button on your way in or on your way out. So Delta gonna get off here early, it looks like. Nope, Delta gonna go on down. Triple seven not yet in view. Looks like we got that American A321 up next for departure, as the American from London is just coming into my view. The camera can't see it just yet due to the angle. Thank you, Alan. 155 likes. So we are over halfway to our goal today. There's our 777 just to the right of your screen. All right, guys, enjoy the 777. Come on, stay in focus. Stay in focus. There we go. Enjoy the 777. Seven gonna go down and turn left. Turn around down there. Got a Frontier making its way this way for departure. As well as we've got that American Eagle in the alleyway here, firing engines, getting ready to leave. So they gotta go down, turn around and wait on all this traffic to clear before they can make their way to the gate. The gate is wide open. There you go, American Eagle. Here we've got another American on the move. That A319, I believe, headed back to Philadelphia. It's going to be our next departure here. Nice departure for that A319. Good sounding as well. Frontier Airlines over there. You heard those engines. That is Axel, the Oxalato. Some sort of sea creature. I'm not exactly sure what those are. I think we've had this conversation before with this one here before. Thought he was a little more pink too. I don't know, maybe they changed the look of Axel a little bit. So we got that American Eagle on the way out as well. Clearing the alleyway out completely. Nobody back here. Probably until we have JetBlue. We still have JetBlue 404 from San Juan, Puerto Rico. Arriving here in just a little while. So our next arrival is going to be Delta 2992. That's going to be coming in from Miami. That's going to be an A319. Speaking of A319s, American 2781. That is headed it back to Philadelphia. That's our 4th Philadelphia flight of the day so far. You know, I sometimes watch Jerry early in the morning to see if our 777 is leaving. I have caught it one time watching Big Jet TV and then come out here and capture its arrival. It was a really nice landing there for the 777. Floating the nose a little bit. Looked like a very soft touchdown. So around 3 o'clock, if you guys are still here at 3 o'clock, we'll see that 777 turn around and move down to the D gates later. So it'll push back, taxi over to the other end of the terminal where it currently is now. I know they went down to turn around, again, waiting on the traffic to move out of their way. This Frontier and the American Eagle. So we'll get the 777 back here in just a minute. Can't tell where Frontier went, hiding in all the trees. We're gonna hang out for the Air France 777 around 4 o'clock. As well as we've got Aeromexico and Copa still yet to come. I believe around 3 o'clock we also have another Air Canada flight. By then we should know if we've bought ourselves some time here with the fire escape beside us. Fire escape gonna hopefully block the sun. It depends on the weather, though. If the weather is nice and cloudy, we may start the show early in the afternoon. If not, then we'll probably start around 7 or 8 p.m. whenever things start to cool off. Give you guys a little bit of evening plane spotting while we do the fireworks. Again, if it's extremely hot on next Friday, it'll be a late start. So John, it depends. Again, I used the fire escape here to try and buy us some more time. Last week we struggled. As soon as the sun makes its way in here on where we're on our location on the parking garage, it typically goes away very quickly. The equipment gets all upset. The show breaks down quite quickly. So just keep an eye on the show and we'll see where we're at. Again, like I said, I tried my best to add a little extra time to today's show by hiding behind the fire escape as well as being down here on the 6th floor. So it looks like Axel the Axolotl is going to be our next departure. 777, they may not have the gate ready for the 777. They should, though. Scheduled arrivals usually 1 p.m. So here we go. Axel on the move, this A321neo. Gonna leave a little heavy on us. Looks like we got our American Eagle out there ready for departure as well, lining up and waiting. Jack plane spotting, good. JAC plane spotting, I should say. Good afternoon. Will, that's exactly what I said. I think Axel was pink at one time. I don't know why he's brown all of a sudden. Looks like he's also on a new plane. But I think he was bright pink. So why Axel is brown now, I don't know. Got a Southwest, getting ready to do Southwest things. Possible turn and burn over on the other side here. So we got our American Eagle ready to go. Thank you, JAC plane spotting. Glad you enjoy that thumbnail. We always typically have a lot of good luck with that thumbnail. We need to create some more thumbnails like it. Speaking of Southwest and thumbnails, there we go. We got Southwest hiding out behind the trees here. So I use several different apps to do it. I make them all on my cell phone. So I edit it with one type of app, and then they're all Adobe apps. So they're all paid for apps to make those thumbnails. We got to work on making some thumbnails this week. Got to make at least 2 new thumbnails, possibly 3. Sometime this week. Where is the 777? Where did you go? Oh boy, I don't even see the 777. I have no clue where it went. Don't hear it either. So I don't have eyes on our 777 at the moment. Yes, I do. It's sitting down at the end of the runway facing like it's going to depart. So apparently they're waiting for the gate. I guess the gate's not ready for our 777. That's pretty unfortunate that they're having to sit and wait for a gate. Which is funny because there's no planes over there on their current gate. There must not be any crew to offload them yet or something. We saw them moving the cargo handlers over there. So we got this Delta 737 headed back to Atlanta. Yeah, still no movement out of that 777, facing the same way it was when it came in. Yeah, I see the different names. Molly's is like Molly 07 all of a sudden. So it is interesting. Luckily mine didn't change in anybody's chats. I was over in Nelia's chat this morning. Mine was still looking good there. Lots of people unloading here in the unloading zone. So that's a good sign for later this afternoon. Lots and lots of cars here in the unloading zone. So a very good sign. Now the winds have changed direction slightly here on the flagpole. in between the two runways. Let's check that out here while we look for our next couple arrivals here. Here we go. Normal. Where are they at? So they're headed somewhere extremely loud. Alright, so let's take a look and see who we have for our next arrival. Again, the afternoon here going to slow down quite a bit. Looks like our next arrival is going to be Southwest 1325. Looks like that Southwest is going to come over here on our side and give us a little Southwest surprise. It's coming in from Fort Lauderdale 1 hour and 30 minutes ago. 7 minutes left in their flight. They're coming in on the west side of the airport. So the Southwest we saw take off a little while ago, that's Southwest 2053. They're headed to Houston in a 737 MAX 8. Still no movement out of that 777. IM-93, mostly clear, low of 71. So yeah, chances are we'll start the show late unless we decide to do a double show on Friday. Again, we haven't caught Bermuda Air. I was thinking maybe possibly we come in, catch Bermuda, stay for a little bit in the afternoon, and then run as long as we can on one battery. Make sure all of our batteries are fully charged. Go out, go do a little shopping. Depends on if the wife and kids join me for the day. We could go and hang out and do something. Go check out one of the new parks. Come back Friday evening around 7-8 p.m. and get ready for the fireworks. There is Southwest from Houston. Southwest is going to surprise us with a west side arrival. Or at least that's the track they've taken so far. They could change it once they get up there, but them being on the west side like that typically means they're going to land here in front of us. Christopher, what's up, buddy? Thank you for watching this show. He's hanging out at church this afternoon. And Southwest behind the clouds there. So we'll catch that one again in just a few minutes. Looks like we've got a United on the move. Still no movement out of that 777. Interestingly enough, no movement out of that 777. Right, Alan. Yeah, that's what I want to do. I want to go visit one of the new parks. Take the boys and go do that on Friday. Possibly. I don't get too many 3-day weekends, so that'll be fantastic to be able to take and do that. We're planning on traveling this weekend as well, so hopefully you guys will be ready for that. Again, I'm still trying to hammer out details on that. So that's we're trying to figure out other details along with that the traveling this weekend. Because it's not just me that I've got to worry about. Miss Carolina and the boys are going to try to go with us. We don't want them to be cooped up and stuck in the car while I'm doing a show in the heat. So we're trying to figure out what Miss Carolina can go do while we do a show. Carolyn Crowder Good afternoon. Alright, so Southwest over here, another 737. Is this one of our Maxes from earlier this morning? As I keep an eye on the one from Houston here, or from Fort Lauderdale, excuse me. Coming in from Fort Lauderdale. Yo, Jay, what's up? This severe heat wave is what happened on Friday. So I apologize for the show on Friday. Again, all of the equipment decided to melt down. We barely even got on the air, got anything going before everything started melting down. I tried to park on a lower level. There were no parking spaces down here where I wanted to be. I wanted this space where we're at right now, but there was just nowhere to be. Either way, even coming down a level with the sun at the angle that it was at, we would have cooked either way, whether we come down a level or not. So the late afternoon shows, if it's 90 plus degrees outside, we may have to postpone our weekday shows, our evening shows, if it continues to stay this hot. Southwest looks like an 800, regular 800. We do have that United ready to roll as well. Southwest gonna do that turn and burn. Yeah, we weren't on the air very long, Molly. About 30 minutes or so. Friday, the equipment just could not tolerate the heat. Same, Alan, same. I was talking to a couple people, or one of the ops guys here at the airport. He'd like to see them make some changes and possibly put us a spot over on the other side of the runways over there. I think that would be fantastic. There are a couple of roads that would lead up to it, would make a perfect, an ideal thing. I think what they're thinking on that, though, would be if there was some sort of an emergency over there and the airport needed to get over there quickly, they wouldn't be able to, because you'd have to go all the way around. But we all would love, and RDU, if you're listening, we would all love a spot on the other side of 2-3 right. Possibly you could leave the down there at the EMS station. You could make us a little parking area at the end of the runway where the current trucking company we used to be. I think a lot of us would enjoy that as well. The plane's coming in over our heads. Same, Andrew. Well, that's why our buddy Pip, who lives in Tucson, Arizona, doesn't do any of the Arizona shows. He's been traveling out to San Diego to do a majority of his shows lately because of the heat there in Tucson and Phoenix. But I definitely understand. I don't know how anybody survives this heat. My wife's cousin's in town, and I asked him, he's from Los Angeles. I was like, you ain't never experienced any kind of heat like this, have you? He's like, no. He's like, this heat hit me right in the face as soon as I got here. So Los Angeles is definitely the mecca for being able to do live streams year-round with absolutely perfect weather. What's another one? Yeah, Molly wants the gravel lot back. I thoroughly enjoy the gravel lot. I hope that they do put something out at the end of the runway where we can sit and not run all of us off and stuff. Currently, I understand why they run everybody off. If you go out there, they've got those parking lots closed and everything because they're getting ready to tear all that up and it be under construction. 10:27. Yeah, me and Ramona didn't see it leave, so Air France was definitely delayed. I think everybody, like I said, everybody was delayed on Friday, period. Across the whole board. If you looked at flight radar, everything was either yellow, red, or orange for Friday. There were only a couple of flights, honestly, that weren't delayed and messed up. And then, of course, we had some diversions there coming in from Atlanta. I saw a news report where the ATC had to evacuate the tower there in Atlanta. They, due to the winds. So all of the ATC folks had to evacuate Friday night. All right, here we go. Our 777 finally coming to the gate for whatever reason. I don't know why they had to sit around and wait down there at the end. But finally, our 777. Yeah, Alan, so all the obstructed view, even up here on the parking garage, it's hard to get a view of anything without an obstruction. With all the trees and the growth of these trees. So our next arrival is going to be United at 2653. This one coming in from Mattman's neck of the woods. This one a MAX 9. So thank you, Mattman, for sending us this MAX 9 from United. That man said he was going to keep them coming. This one in their older livery. Could be. Could have been waiting for customs. Could have been waiting for gate agents. Yeah, they were diverting all over the place. Ramona pulled up a thing that was showing all of their diversions. They were going everywhere. Everywhere but Atlanta. So from one United to another, we've got another United 737 out here at the end of the runway, ready for departure. I think we had, Miss Ramona can correct me, but I think we had like 3 or 4 diversions right in a row from Atlanta while we were just kicking back and relaxing, watching the planes the other night after our failed attempt at a Friday show. Looks like our next arrival is going to be another Endeavor. This is going to be a Delta connection from JFK. It's going to be about 1 hour 5 to 7 minutes of flight time for the CRJ. That's going to be, again, our next arrival. That Delta heading out was Delta 2633 headed to Atlanta, Georgia. Another Atlanta flight. We've got quite a slew of planes coming, including our JetBlue 404 from San Juan, Puerto Rico. So David Johnson, for the 4th of July, I've been throwing around the idea of being here early in the morning for Bermuda. and then cutting that show off about I don't know, 12, 1 o'clock, and then come back out here about 7, 8 o'clock, depending on the weather, to give you guys the fireworks on Friday night. And then again, of course, I'm still trying to hammer out some small details for the rest of the weekend, so stay tuned for that. It is a nice 3-day weekend for me. Not something we normally get. So I want to make the most of it. Bring you guys as many planes as possible over the weekend. We're going to do our best. Good looking shot of United. Got 737-800 out of here. And our 777 tail over there. Let's see where United is headed. So Delta is going to be our next arrival, followed by JetBlue 404 from San Juan, Puerto Rico. Waiting on that United to pop up here on a flight radar. United headed to Matman. That's United 1920 at 900, excuse me, headed up to Matman in Chicago. Thank you, Molly, for that update. Molly giving me an update on some Southwest action later. I don't know that we're going to be here that late. Again, last week's show didn't last that long. Once the heat gets here, that's it. But again, like I said, I did try to buy us some time by coming into the location that we're in. So fingers crossed, I bought us some time. I'm going to implement some more tactics here to try and keep everything cool. Right, we're just lobbing them back and forth to each other, Batman. Oh, here we go again. It's an ambulance this time. Ambulance headed down the hill there. As our CRJ gets close. We need what we had yesterday afternoon in Wake Forest. So I was up in Wake Forest yesterday, and man, we had some pretty good storms late in the afternoon, mid-afternoon. I'd like to see one of them come through here this afternoon. Slightly cool things down. Might make it more humid though. But once those storms rolled through, it stayed cloudy. Never did rain at my house though. There's our CRJ. Thank you, Alan. That'll be fantastic if we could get one of those stray thunderstorms here at RDU. Knock off some of this heat and the humidity. Speaking of which, I need to hydrate. It's a real balancing act, hydrating to do these shows. Because you got to make sure you don't get too hydrated. Then you got to use the bathroom. Well, we don't want that. Because we don't want to leave. So there's Breeze Airways and another A220-300, it looks like. Slinking their way out. We haven't seen too many Breeze today. Before we started the show, though, we did have a lot of Breeze Airways departures. So they did buy Hawaiian Airlines. I didn't see a thing about them doing a Dreamliner. I think Hawaiian was mostly Airbus. Captain Mickey Mouse. So just be aware. Oh, thank you, Captain Mickey Mouse. I thought I saw you there in Resort TV 1's show a few weeks back. So thank you for that shout out. I love watching their content, as well as Ron on the Go, Resort TV 1 down there in Orlando. If you guys like anything Disney, go check out Resort TV 1. And Ron on the Go. Ron on the Go, though, he's in Japan. He's been in Japan for the entire month of June. He should be back soon. I know Molly watches Ron on the Go. I got her addicted to that as well. Gotta pass the time. I watch a lot of aviation shows, but every once in a while I like to take a step back away from the aviation stuff and watch a few other things on YouTube. Let's make sure we're not having any issues here. I need a breeze to blow through and cool our computer. See, Molly and Vincent know about Ron on the Go, as well as Resort TV 1. Alright, so looks like our next arrival is going to be Moxie 745. This one coming in from Albany, New York. 1 hour and 28 minutes of flight time. It is another A220-300. There we go, a breeze touching down. Thank you, Christopher. Christopher, my son. So bear with him. Christopher must be using his tablet to watch the show. Send out a quick message here really fast. All right, next arrival is, who is this? Hold on, I gotta click on it. JetBlue 404 from San Juan, Puerto Rico. This A321. Is it an A320? Hopefully we'll have JetBlue back here in just a moment. So he uses speech to text. I can't understand half of what he says when he does that. So bear in mind, Christopher there is my 12-year-old son, and I'm getting bit by flies. Ow. So my 12-year-old here in the chat. Thank you for watching the show, Christopher, by the way. It's a little too hot for him and Ethan to really join us out here for longer than a few hours. I think Miss Carolina might go crazy too. Alright, so Delta on the move. The guys are already out here waiting for JetBlue. So this Delta, I believe, headed back to Boston. This was Republic Airways when it arrived from Boston a little while ago. So this one is gonna go back to Boston, Mass. I'll give you the official flight numbers here in a second. Ooh, good question, Captain Mickey Mouse. We haven't set up another meet. I don't know when, since Pip is working now. Before he wasn't working, he was just doing his shows in Dallas. So now he's working. We're gonna have to come together to have another meetup. And hopefully, I would like to set up something a little bit different if Pip and I do a meetup. I'd like for us to be able to communicate with each other back and forth, as well as do one like mega show with, you know, 2 different sets of cameras and equipment to be able to switch back and forth. But I don't know how likely that will be, but Pip and I are both very, very busy. How's my flying? Call 1-800-JetBlue. I've never seen this one before. I like that though. I like the name on this one. Never seen this plane before. It's a pretty good one there, JetBlue. Pretty good one. So JetBlue, we'll check out the marshalling into the gate. We do have United coming in from Washington, D.C. from Dulles. That's going to be a 737-700. But I know some of my viewers here enjoy watching the planes get marshaled in, so we'll do that as that 737 has already come in for a landing. American Airlines is going to be up next. It's a Republic Airways 4545 coming in from LaGuardia. 1 hour, 8 minutes of flight time for the next arrival, arriving in just 3 minutes. Nelia, good evening. 36 hours. You guys are absolutely insane doing 36 hours. Lots and lots of fun though. I was in and out. You guys did a great job over there covering 36 hours of live streaming. Absolutely insane that you guys went that far. 24 hours, I could probably handle. 36, I don't know about that. But it definitely takes a team to be able to do that. Thank you, Zoe. 182 likes. Again, make sure you guys smash the like button. We're trying to get to 300 today. We're almost to our normal goal of 200 so far. Still got a long way to go in today's show. We still have Copa Airlines and Aeromexico as well as Air France. So those 3 are our biggest internationals today. And we should have another Air Canada here around at 3 p.m. I did not cap Mickey Mouse. That's interesting. A lot of oddball flights happening here lately, but that is really cool for Sun Country. So American Eagle is going to go long. That one will be back here in the alley. Matman, we have not seen it. But it's been here to RDU, but I haven't seen it personally. And I don't know where it is right now, to be honest. I do want to see the JetBlue Dunkin' Donuts livery in person. I wish we would have been out here that day that it was here, but unfortunately we missed it. And it even overnighted here. What do they do? Is that a golf cart with a roof rack on it? They got a ladder on top, don't they? Don't think I've ever noticed a golf cart out here. All right, let's check on our next arrival. We do have another arrival here in just a moment. That American Eagle is going to make its way around here to the alleyway. We've got lots of arrivals, it looks like. Next one's American Airlines 3262. This one coming in from Washington, D.C. via Ronald Reagan. This one, 39 minutes of flight time for this A319. We have Spirit Airlines coming in from New Orleans. Spirit Airlines is going to come in on this side. So we're going to have a little flying potassium over here in front of us, the banana. Just like Southwest's surprise arrival to this side. So again, welcome in you guys from Nelia's show. Thank you guys so much for coming over and hanging out with us. So there we go, that A319 touching down from Washington, D.C. via Reagan. They're in downtown D.C. So American Eagle in. Looks like we had a little blip there in service. So we got Spirit, we got Breeze, we got a little bit of everybody here. Delta is going to be our next arrival. Endeavor 4944. This CRJ coming from Austin. 2 hours and 42 minutes of flight time for our next arrival, which is that CRJ. We've got an A320 from Delta getting ready to go. Now is the perfect time. Everybody's going to start coming in to the airport here. We had that nice little slowdown. Now things are going to pick back up. So hopefully lots and lots of arrivals. Jay, we used to get the 717. It's more of a wintertime thing, but we have been known to get the Boeing 717s, usually via Delta. But lately, I haven't seen one. I haven't seen one since sometime back in the wintertime. So eventually, hopefully we'll get those back. It used to be from Detroit and Minneapolis. We had 2 of them. Again, we haven't seen them yet this summer. Southwest, this Max 8. Hopefully going to do Southwest things and give us a turn and burn here. Zoe, I haven't ordered a new microphone. Hopefully here after the 4th of July we'll order a new headset. The reason I couldn't find the other microphone setup that we had before was because Miss Carolina had it. She was doing some videos for work. So I let her borrow the other microphone and cable. Alright, so we got another arrival here. Off in the distance, as you can see, that is Spirit Airlines NKS 2682 coming in from New Orleans. 1 hour and 44 minutes of flight time for the Banana. Jay, I don't know when we'll go out to Seymour Johnson. I kind of want to do that possibly sometime in the fall, sometime in the winter, when it's a little cooler out. Because it's wide open. There's nothing out there. We were out there, not last month. Was it May or June? May or April we went out there. We went out there for the air show. A very wide open area. No shade, no nothing out there, so we have to we'll have to plan that one accordingly. But we do have some military bases around here, Seymour Johnson being one of those. A friend of mine's given me the details on when the best time to go out there is, typically on a Thursday. This is our Mass Neo from Spirit Airlines. Again, this one coming in from New Orleans. Nice, got Mickey Mouse. Yeah, we used to get a lot of them here, but we had like 4 of them every day. Again, with the winter schedule, that's downsizing for us, I guess. Now Delta only servicing us with their bigger aircrafts, other than the CRJ and the E175. But Detroit and Minneapolis both bumping up a couple of times a day to A321s, A319s. So there's Goldsboro is where Seymour Johnson's located. It's about an hour and a half from here. Delta departure there. Let's go back here to American Eagle for a moment. Let's check on flight radar what we've got going on here. Looks like we've got another Delta 3238 coming in from Atlanta. This is probably our 5th Atlanta flight so far today. That Delta departure, that's Delta 2164, that's headed to Detroit. That was an A320-200. So, going to be a lot of Delta action here for the next few minutes. Let's check on some of our international stuff while we wait. Let's check on Aeromexico and Copa. Aeromexico, looks like they're out over Tennessee. They're arriving in 49 minutes. Copa over South Carolina. They're arriving in 30 minutes. Now let's check Air Canada. Air Canada arriving in 1 hour from Montreal. Air France arriving from Paris in 1 hour and 44 minutes. Air France getting ready to pass by Boston, Massachusetts in the next 20 minutes or so. So right, just a little north of Boston, Mass. I hear an A220. Sounds like we had a breeze touchdown. I missed that one on flight radar. This one here coming in from Atlanta. So Jay, sometime we've had the A340 rumored here for a while. There have been more confirmations that we're going to get the A340 later this year. More from Lufthansa. So there will be some special Saturday shows coming up for you guys as soon as we get the A340s in line here. Those will be via Lufthansa. So let's see, what are they doing? They're fueling this one. We may see Drago again, one of our viewers working the Air Canada flights. If he's still here this afternoon, we'll see him when the Montreal flight gets here. Is that did I say Montreal or Toronto? I've done forgot now. Coming in from Montreal in 56 minutes. We got a Spirit in Detroit coming this way. Alright, our next arrival is going to be a Delta. We also got Wiley the Coyote livery coming in here in just a minute. So that's going to be Frontier 3322 coming from Miami, Florida, arriving in 4 minutes. So Wiley Coyote getting ready to turn on to final. We've got Endeavor 5108 coming in from LaGuardia. It's another CRJ 900. So here comes our CRJ from LaGuardia. Good question, Alan. I don't know that they do. Privately, probably. Commercially, no. Bit wobbly there for the CRJ. Nonetheless, a nice touchdown for Delta from LaGuardia. So again, thank you guys for joining us and smashing the like button here on this Sunday afternoon now. We started early this morning. We've been on the air almost 5 hours, 4.5 hours, excuse me. So there's our CRJ. So make sure if you guys haven't smashed the like button yet or subscribed, please do so. Speaking of subscribers, I want to check and see if we've made made it to 20 subscribers. We're only 7 subscribers away from 200. Did we cross it? We did. We are at 5205. So now we're only 1 subscriber away from reaching 30 new subscribers today. So thank you guys so much for liking and subscribing to the show. It means a whole lot to me that you guys enjoy what you guys see. I put a lot of hard work into this show. And congratulations to the how many memberships are we up to? 36, 37 new channel members here today. Thank you, Alan. We're up to 194 likes. So well on our way to 300. We've got a little while here before we reach 300, but hopefully by the end of today's show, we can gain that last 107. Alright, so we're waiting on Wiley the Coyote coming in from Miami, Florida. 1 hour and 35 minutes of flight time for the A320. It's out there. Just can't see it with the camera. In about 1 hour, we do have the American 777 will push back and move to the other end of the terminal to make room for the Air France 777 arrival. Talking about being busy. Hold on. Give you guys an ultra-wide look here. Everything, this is for drop-off. Everybody getting dropped off here this afternoon. So should be a fairly nice afternoon here. Just the way we like to see it, nice and busy. As long as it doesn't affect our internet, I'm okay with it. So Wiley the Coyote, again coming from a much cooler Miami, I believe. Seems like Orlando and Miami and most of Florida has been a lot cooler than we have been this year. They don't seem to be suffering this heat wave. The rest of us are. They're like low 90s. But I'm sure their feels like it's still really, really high with the humidity. This is not Wiley, is it? Oh yeah, I guess it is. Definitely not the Coyote we were expecting. Nice wordplay there on Frontier. So Wiley the Coyote down. Let's check out our fuelers here on JetBlue. What are we up to down here? Having a little chit chat. Alright, so we got another Frontier Piper, the White Pelican. Frontier 3352 coming in from Chicago. Another one coming in from Matman. This is an Airbus A320-200. Another A320. That one arriving here in just about 3 minutes. Yeah, it's not the Coyote we all expected, was it? Looks like more like the ring-tailed cat that they talk about. Man, this line is huge for drop-off. Lots of nice cars down here too. So that's good. That's good. Looks like we've got Delta. Ooh, are you headed to the penalty box? This E175 headed up the hill to the penalty box, possibly. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea, Will. I know that Axel the Oxalato was not the normal Axel the Oxalato we're used to seeing, so I'm wondering if they had a repaint of him. So there you go, Delta crossing the bridge there. That little E175. I'll tell you if it's going to the penalty box or not here in a moment. It's a Frontier. Arriving now 2 minutes. It said 1 minute, now it says 1 minute. Or it said 1 minute, now it says 2. For Frontier. Piper the Pelican. I don't think the camera will see that. I wanted to look over there and see what those tails are sitting over there. You know what, Alan? That would be absolutely epic if they could do the Roadrunner and the Coyote together. That would be so awesome. So it does look like Delta's climbing the hill very, very slowly here. We'll find out in just a second if they make it to the penalty box. It looks like they did. They went behind that big pine tree right there and it made that turn. So Delta waiting. Ooh, they got some birds out there on final. I don't know if you guys can be able to see them or not. Here's one of them. You see the birds out there on final. I know the camera doesn't like to focus, but because there's nothing big enough out there, but there are a couple of big buzzards out there on final. Hopefully they don't cause any sort of problems. Fareed, good evening. Nice to see you back. Alright, as we await Piper's arrival, you see Piper there, just on the right of your screen. Camera doesn't like that post. Thank you, Brian Lloyd. Brian says we've got 4 likes away from 200 so far this afternoon. Meaning we're 104 away from our goal. We will have to make a battery change here in just a moment, as our batteries are about to die here, so You guys will have to be patient here when I make this battery change. It may die before we make the battery change, just like last week. So the sound will go away, but the camera and things will still be on. So either way, we'll have that moment of silence there where we change out the batteries for the soundboard and the laptop. So just giving you guys fair warning though, that we will be down on audio for just a few minutes. Probably a minute or so, minute and a half. It's a Piper the Pelican. See, told you. I knew it was coming. Didn't think it was quite that close. But battery change completed. You know, I don't know if we'll see any larger aircraft right off the bat. Possibly after they complete the expansion to the terminal. Because the problem is we can't get any bigger aircraft in here due to the fact of length limitations. So we did have the A350, we've had the 747-400s, but in order to accommodate the 300s and the 777-300s and the A350-1000s and stuff like that, we need more room. So they are planning, if you've looked at the RDU 2040 project, you know that they're building legs out on the ends of each terminal, as well as a couple more in toward the center. So that would put a leg out towards this way, with the possibility of being able to put in accommodating larger aircraft, possibly 777-300s. So other than that, I don't know. I don't know that we'll be able to accommodate a 747-800 or not. I don't know that we'll really have a need for that. I think the only airline that flies that anyway is Lufthansa. Looks like we've got a bit of a storm that's brewed up here toward the northwest of the airport here. Slightly right in the flight path there. So we could have some awesome rain shots here shortly. We got Breeze Airways on final. Breeze coming in from Windsor Locks. This is Moxie 540. So that one looks like it's going to come in on our side. So we're going to have a surprise breeze. 23 right. Yep, I see it out there in the distance. And it is raining there off in the distance. So you'll see breeze enter the right side of your screen here in just a minute. It's going to be passing through a little bit of that rain. He's going to be right on the edge of it. I'm hoping that we'll be able to get a whole bunch of more airlines in the future with the expansion of the runway and the expansion. I think that would be really, really fantastic. Because technically, if you guys really think about it, RDU really is busting at the seams. We got more airlines and flights than we have room for, to be honest. Yes, you guys see the empty gates here, but customs is very, very limited on what they can do. So there you go, Breeze Airways coming in just through the edge of that storm there. Yeah, it would be nice to see a couple of A380s here, but by the time they finish it, I feel like all the A380s are going to be out of the air and be scrap metal by then, unfortunately. They only have a lifespan of about 15 years, possibly 20 if they really push them. They don't turn them into freighters because they're not structurally sound enough for that, but I would absolutely love to see some A380 action here at RDU. There's Breeze from Windsor Locks at A220-300. Beautiful Breeze. Barb, good afternoon. Out there in Wyoming. Hopefully the weather's cooler for you than it is for us. Balmy 90-something degrees so far this afternoon. That storm appears to be moving to the east. So it is going to cross the flight path here. Which is okay, it doesn't look... There we go. We can get flight radar to load. We've got a couple of them. We've got an American Airlines American 1897 that's going to be a 737. This is going to be our odd 737 coming from Charlotte, North Carolina. Normally most of our Charlotte flights are the A321s, but here of late they've added this 737 to their roster. So that's going to be followed by either another American, or it's going to be followed by Copa. Copa 466, 11 minutes out, coming in from Panama City, Panama. Where is our American 737? It's just west of the airport here. I'm trying to get eyes on it. Maybe we can get the camera on the 737. Not quite in our view. It's 75 and mosquitoes. Yeah, it's about 90 and mosquitoes and humidity and a whole lot of sticky sweat. Again, the unloading zone is full. So again, that's going to be good for the remainder of the afternoon. Let's check on Aeromexico. Aeromexico should be entering the picture here soon. Looks like Copa had to avoid a storm or something to the south here, judging by their flight path. We've got several Southwest following them in. Aeromexico is still 31 minutes out. Again, they're coming up from Mexico City. Where is this 737? So the American 737 should be right in front of me, but I can't see it. I need some glasses. Some sunglasses, that is. I have regular glasses. Probably in and out of the clouds. So again, that storm moving from west to east here, just north of the airport. So hopefully we can snag a storm. Hopefully one of them will come right over the airport and cool things down. That would be the ultimate imperfection for the show this afternoon, because then we could last a little while longer. So Barb, we're looking at probably 90 degrees and about 55-60% humidity, unfortunately. We did have a delta, by the way, make its way out to the end of the runway. That Delta has yet to leave. So we're waiting on Delta. That one out at the end of the runway. Copa should be in our line of sights here in just a minute as well. So Copa off to the west of the airport as well. So we're looking for Copa.
Upstairs. Yeah.
Watching the show?
I did for a while because he, was connected on my phone. Now he's got his own phone. But remind me the name of it?
Carolina Aviation.
Yes. I would get those things all the time. Oh, my goodness. Okay, hey. Mr. Airplane will love that. I better pick the fear up. So is there something big today going on? Coming in?
Air France later.
Oh.
Copa's right there. So Copa will be coming in.
Oh, wow. Where are they coming from?
So Copa's coming from Panama, Air France from Paris. And we've had the American from London touchdown.
Yeah, we saw that. Yes, it's something.
Air Mexico will be here shortly.
Yeah, I got to take the Air France in not too long ago. I was like, oh, finally getting to see it on from the inside.
Yeah, it'll be here around 4:30.
So are you here like most weekends? Is this?
Usually on Sundays. I had to push my shows forward so that to get that this way.
Yeah. Wow. So, and what do you do when you're not doing this?
So I'm a technician for dealership engineering. So I'm doing that, or I'm at home. Trying to find other fun things to do.
Well, he's opened up a whole new world for me. Besides just flying, I'm just learning about it and knowing who's coming in and what flight lines. That new expansion thing that was out there.
Yeah, it's coming along. I'm ready for them to really start getting a move on it.
Man.
All right, so American from Charlotte's trying to make their way around here. Looks like they're kind of trying to avoid that weather there. Lots of rain again. Fingers crossed we get some. Thank you, Alan, for that update. Hopefully they move through here to combating some of this heat. So hey, Barb. Hopefully you will be able to come out here and meet us. We'll be out here, of course. Hopefully you'll be here on the weekends, because right now weekdays have been a toss-up for the show currently, with all the heat and stuff, trying to avoid it. Down here getting ready for Copa's arrival. As you can see, the wing walkers coming out, getting ready for that. So I look forward to it. If you're able to come out here on a Sunday or a Saturday, depending on when we're doing the show, you come out, you hang out with us. I got the stickers ready. So I look forward to that. Again, like I said, weekday shows, however, are kind of a toss-up lately. Again, if you watched Friday's show, we didn't have any luck on Friday because of the heat. Wednesday we didn't even try. I should have tried on Wednesday, but I didn't realize the weather was going to be as cloudy and kind of rainy as it was here. We had some storms move through, and then it stayed cloudy most of the day. Same, Alan. I'm tired of these 100-degree days, these 40-degree days Celsius. Very, very hot weather. So American looks like it's going to catch the backside of that storm. We're moving some of this stuff out of the way. Some more, those look like cargo flatbed trolleys. probably use those for Air France a little later on, because Air France carries those cargo boxes in the belly. So again, they're getting ready to get Copa in here. So this oddball 737 from Charlotte, I guess it's going to become the new norm. So Barb, you can find us either on level 6 or level 7, depending on the weather. Chances are you'll find us on 6 on the parking garage here. I typically don't stray too far from the parking garage. We did do that one Saturday show down there on the observation deck. We did that morning special show. It's a really good show. Get you guys right up close and personal to the planes. $207 likes. Thank you, Alan, for that update. Slowly getting closer to our goal. That's not bad for, what, almost 5 hours of showtime. We're right now at 4.5 hours of show. We did start a little on the early side this morning. Alright, next arrival, Copa Airlines from Panama City. It's going to be followed by another American Airlines. So Copa is going to be on a 737-800 today. Nothing special, no maxes for them this afternoon. Just a normal 737. Etienne, good afternoon. I thought I saw you in here earlier. My chat moves quite quickly. Etienne and Fareed, thank you guys for hanging out. Laying on the bells here for that American Eagle that's getting ready to push back here. As we watch the arrival of United's southern cousin, Copa Airlines. This livery derives from Copa and Continental Airlines, back when Continental was a thing, hence why they look like United. United gets thrown in there. Some decent touchdown there for Copa. Gotta move my phone here a little bit. Try and keep it nice and cool as well. So Delta out at the end of the runway, getting ready to get a move on this. It's going to be Delta 3245 headed to Atlanta, Georgia. That's going to be followed by an American on final. So here we go, Delta to Atlanta. Got a little hiccup with the internet here, be patient. wait for Copa to make their way around here to the alleyway. Hopefully we don't have any more issues with the internet. It's definitely 90 plus degrees out here. The internet not wanting to work for us. So let's apply some changes here to keep you guys in with the show. There's our touchdown. It's an American Eagle. Here we go, Copa. Sorry, I was fighting with the computer again. So American Eagle into their gate as well as Copa. Got a Delta CRJ moving there in the background. Looking at flight radar, we've got a Southwest up next. Looks like Southwest and PSA fighting over airspace at the moment. So we got Southwest at 3675 coming in from New Orleans. That is our third flight from New Orleans today. So we've had Breeze, Spirit, now Southwest, all coming from New Orleans. So we got an American Eagle on pushback here. We've got, again, like I said, we have PSA coming in from DC. Drew gifting 10 Carolina Aviation memberships. Thank you so much. That makes us up to, what did I say? Now we're up to 37, 36, 37. Thank you so much, Drew. Congratulations to the 35 or 37 of you guys who were gifted memberships today. Thank you so much, Drew, Ramona, Vincent, Mattman. Can't remember. I have a terrible memory on who gifts what, but thank you guys so much. Pip gifting $2 super chat. Some of them I may have missed, so if I missed any of your giftings, I apologize. And I apologize once again, Drew, that I cannot put that up on the screen or anyone else's messages today. As well, we've lost our clock. OBS went through an update yesterday and apparently it messed everything up. We're just having all kinds of problems here lately with the show, so just bear with us. We're trying to keep this show rolling. We're going to try to get the computer looked at and see why the CPU keeps running up and down on it. That's part of our issue. I should probably go into the computer and delete some of the old versions of OBS. Clean out some of the cookies on the computer. We don't use the computer for anything other than the show. I don't do anything with our computer other than the show. Possibly make some thumbnails or whatever, but our computer is strictly used for the show. So Southwest should be a lot closer. It looks like we've got a private jet or some sort of smaller private aircraft coming in over here, 23 right. A little too small. Again, we're waiting on Southwest as well as PSA. PSA, I believe, coming in from DC. So that is going to be PSA 5589. Call sign JIA 5589 from Washington, D.C. It's crazy looking how these planes look with the sun on them but a dark backdrop. So that's what we're looking at now with Southwest. Southwest should be in view here in just a moment. So we got the arrival of that small private jet. This one's not up on my flight radar. Right, Alan? Hey, Matt, man, are you excited for next weekend, by the way? The race is going to be in your neighborhood. Our boy Denny Hamlin didn't do too well last night, did he? Some really exciting racing out of Atlanta last night. Especially those last 30 or 40 laps or so. It was good to see last weekend what's his name win for the 19 team. Thank you for the kind words there, Mattman. As always, Mattman with the huge support as well. All right, so PSA coming in from DC will be our next arrival as we check out the American Eagle getting a move on here. So just a reminder, Aeromexico is not too far away. The American 777 here within the next 30 minutes or so should start pushing back to make its way over to the D side of the terminal. So lots of action still yet to come. Hopefully, again, like I said, hopefully I've bought us some time here where we're set up today. And we can catch at least Aeromexico and Copa's departures this afternoon. If the sun is good to us, we may end up staying here for the departures of the American 777 as well as Air France. If the afternoon weather is good to us, hopefully it'll get cloudy and it'll stay cloudy. Right now we got some clouds lingering, kind of keeping things a little on the cooler side. Need a nice rain to drop it back down to about 80 degrees. Was definitely a wild race. I fell asleep for part of it, and which, if you guys know, as a kid I lived close to a racetrack, and so that I feel like that has something to do with why I tend to fall asleep during races. Just that noise is comforting and puts me to sleep. Anyway, so yeah, it was an absolute wild ride last night for a lot of those guys. Absolutely wonderful racing out in Atlanta. I thoroughly enjoyed it, to be honest. It's really good. So it looks like our next arrival is going to be Southwest 1 at 54 from Atlanta, Georgia. Another Atlanta flight, this one turning on final. Air Canada, we're going to have our friends from the north and from the south arriving back to back. Looks like Air Canada and Aeromexico going to be our next two arrivals after Southwest. So those two going to land back to back. So two international flights coming your way in just a few minutes. JetBlue looking like they're kind of getting ready to go back to San Juan, Puerto Rico here. So American Eagle working their way out. PSA, we should see PSA around here in just, well, right now, in fact. That American Eagle CRJ. Hey, Jonas. Good afternoon to you down there in Brazil. Thank you for smashing the like button. Like number 211. Me too, Matt, man. Hopefully we'll catch the Aeromexico Max 8 here this winter. That'll be that Cancun flight. So that'll be coming quicker than we all think. So we got a minute or two here. I've got to bounce to the car really fast. Looks like our time has come to get covering for the computer. So give me a second. So we might have to make some adjustments here. We might have to move over just a little bit here to try and help keep the sun away from us here. I don't know how well that'll work, but we're going to try our best to be here as long as possible today. Right now, none of it's looking good. We need that rain cloud to come back. Throw some rain on us. We've got Delta headed out. Looks like that's A320 on the way out of here. So again, we're going to do everything we can to stay as long as we can, even if that means moving the cameras and cars and doing all the things to keep everything out of the sunlight. So you guys will have to bear with us as we do make those adjustments, moving around things. I don't think we're going to move the car per se, but we may try to move the computer around and stuff. All right, so our next arrival is that Air Canada. So we got Air Canada followed by Aeromexico. Brigitte Klaus with a €199. Thank you so much, Brigitte Klaus. Again, Brigitte, another one of our wonderful friends from Germany. Air Canada going to stop short like they did this morning when they came in. Good look for Air Canada. Again, Air Canada Express operating the E175. Aeromexico is going to be operating the E190 here shortly. Again, Aeromexico Express, or Aeromexico Connect, excuse me, is going to be our next arrival from Mexico City. Can't manage to hold the camera straight. And we got our Delta E175 coming down the hill after being stuck in the penalty box for however long, 45 minutes or so there. I need this big dark cloud right here to block out the sun. As long as we can stay on the air for another hour, hour and a half or so, I think we'll be good to go. Catch that arrival of Air France, I think we might be okay. As a matter of fact, hold on to your hats. We're going to move the camera. That's only going to buy us about 30 minutes or so, but maybe not even. That Delta went up earlier. I don't know. I assume we're waiting for a gate, but it looks like they're headed back to a gate. Miss Carolina gifting a 1 Carolina Aviation membership. Thank you so much, Miss Carolina. We got a Breeze Airways, and it's raining. It is raining over there on the end of the runway. As we have Breeze coming down here to the penalty box themselves. Nice, strong rain over there. So right here at this light pole. You guys can't really tell it on camera, but there is some pretty heavy rain right there. We're that close to getting rain. As we have that exec jet come in, we do have another Breeze Airways headed that way. Aeromexico close enough to catch them on camera here in just a moment. need it to rain right here, not way over there. So you know that rain is headed away from us. So Aeromexico up next. That E195 or E190. Boy, you can smell that rain too. The smell of rain is upon us. Mexico Connect, once again that coming in from Mexico City. Miss Carolina says it's raining hard in Wake Forest once again. It's raining here at the airport, just not where we need it to be raining. As a matter of fact, the sun is just as bright as it can be right here in front of us. Couldn't ask for brighter conditions, to be honest. As Air Canada makes their way to the gate, we await Aeromexico Connect to make their way around. I think they're going to be over possibly on the other side of the 777 there. This side of the 777. Nice breeze blowing through here. It is a very warm breeze, nonetheless. Looks like JetBlue's ready for pushback here. This one getting ready to head back to San Juan, Puerto Rico. So nice to see Air Canada and Aeromexico landing back to back. We got one on departure and one on final for arrival. We're going to be cutting this one kind of close here. Delta is off the ground though before the next arrival. So no worries there. And our next arrival looks like United touching down on the 737. That breeze blowing through here is nice and cool. So maybe that'll cool things down here at the airport for a little while, buy us even more time. We just really need the sunlight to go behind the clouds. Yeah, we need some over here to the west, not the east. As we check out that breeze over there turning around. It's slowly stopped raining over there at that portion of the airport. It is heading east, unfortunately. We've got one really big dark rain cloud right here over us, just behind me, but it's not enough to block out the sun. At least not right here. It's coming. It's working on it. We need it to block out the sun for the next couple of hours. So breeze getting a move on. We do have another one on a final. I've had to put the cell phone behind me in order to give you guys flight info. We'll work on that here in just a moment. I've kind of moved everything, so now I'm cramped in this one little location here, and my car needs to move forward, but it is what it is. Busy airspace here for the next couple of minutes. Looks like we have Republic Airways 4749 coming in from New York. This one coming in from LaGuardia. 1 hour and 6 minutes of flight time for another E175. We've got Southwest out there, ready for arrival, off to the east. The American 777, again, about 315, 320. We should have a pushback. That is a big exec jet. Probably a Gulfstream. Dang it, this cloud keeps playing with my emotions. JetBlue 404, or it was 404 when they got here. They're getting ready to head back to San Juan, Puerto Rico here in just a few minutes. As we've got an American Eagle ready to go. Gonna get busy here for the next few minutes. Nice early rotation for the E175. Yeah, Eric, we've got one sitting over here in the penalty box. Currently Breeze Airways. We've got a Delta rapid fire departure, but if you guys haven't seen this, we'll see it in a minute. The name on this JetBlue is one of the funnier ones that I've seen. So Delta in the CRJ, making a run for it. CRJ leaving a little heavier than that E175. Yeah, that little pop-up cell. Alright, so here you go. How's my flying? Call 1-800-JetBlue. Absolutely love that name. That's awesome. For JetBlue. JetBlue thinking outside of the box with the names on their planes. It's so fantastic. Alright, next arrival is going to be Republic Airways 5823. This one coming in from Mickey Mouse Town. Coming in from Orlando. This one another E175 LR. That Delta was headed to JFK. The American Eagle headed to LaGuardia. So the race is on to New York. Two different airlines, two different airports. Republic Airways is going to be followed by Southwest 4656 coming in from Tampa, Florida. That's going to be back here on 23 left. So let's get our Orlando flight from Delta. So again, Delta from MCO. Come on, this dark cloud is just, it's not moving, it's not doing anything. I need it to cover the sun. It depends, Alan. It depends on what day that is for us. If that's a Sunday, or if it's a Wednesday or Friday afternoon, evening, there's a possibility we will be. If it's a Saturday, there's a chance we could make a special occasion for it. So this is Southwest from Tampa. So Jay, the runway's not wide enough, nor is it long enough. Also, I'm sure in an extreme emergency, they probably could land here. But the airport is just not big enough. The taxiways aren't big enough. And we have no way to offload passengers either, I don't think. I don't know if the air stairs are tall enough for an A380 or not. So that cloud finally moving just a little bit right in front of the sun, which it's making my life a little bit easier. Got a nice cool breeze blowing in. Speaking of breeze, Moxie 594 coming in from White Plains, another A220-300 arriving here in just 1 minute. We got Breeze and we have Frontier, both of which are going to land right here in front of us on 23 right here in just a few minutes. To be on a Thursday, well, there's a good chance we might be able to make a special appearance for that. Copa is already ready to go. Very, very interesting. Copa Airlines already ready to go. I saw the guys standing out there, the wing walkers. The jetway is away from it, and I figured we had a little bit more time with Copa Airlines here. JetBlue gets a move on again. JetBlue to San Juan, Puerto Rico. So Breeze about to be our next arrival. Shoot, I don't even know if it would fit on our RON, to be honest. I don't know that it would fit anywhere here at RDU. A380s are huge. I don't even think we could get the 747-800 to fit anywhere here at the airport. The biggest one I've seen has been the 400s that have ever landed here. Again, possibly in an extreme emergency they could make it happen, but I feel like they would go to a much bigger airport that is already accepting those aircraft. So here we go, Breeze Airways from White Plains. Coming in at 23 right. I assume due to the storm there in Wake Forest, Miss Carolina saying it's raining really, really hard. And that was a nice day. We were out here that day for that. We did a show that day when we had the guys coming in from Manchester. That 747-400 able to fit into gate C23 where the 777 is currently. Lots of action going on here. They're having to hold off on doing moving the 777, it looks like here. So Zoe Captain Carolina was in the show earlier. He is now a flight attendant. He is no longer on the ground. But we do have someone else on the ground for Air Canada. There you go, a lot of blue headed out of here between United, JetBlue, and Copa. I feel like Copa wasn't here very long. So possibility of a light flight. We got Frontier coming in next. Frontier 1517 coming in from Philadelphia. Ooh, big wobble out of Frontier. The breeze has picked up quite a bit here at the airport. We're actually nice and cool at the moment. The computer's running on par. The computer's actually running fantastic at the moment because the temperatures out here have come back down. So I need to get a fan or something for the computer. So there you go, they're moving the cargo loaders, getting them ready for the Air France 777. So they share the same hangar over there. You can see the two helicopters in there together. Usually on a normal evening, like a Wednesday evening when we come out here, you can see the two of them sitting side by side out there on the General Aviation RON over there, or ramp. I think it's the RON side of it, where they typically store some of the planes. But yeah, so they share the same hangar. Huh, interesting. The 777 has another, looks like a catering truck pulled up to it. Thank you, Molly. 225 likes. We're only 75 likes away from our goal. So if you guys have yet to smash the like button, please do so. Next arrivals, Republic Airways 4658 coming in from JFK. This is going to be another E175. That rain around the airport has cooled things down quite a bit. That's true, Alan. I assume they would too. Huh. Nice, Lynn. I thought about trying one of those, but it's so hot out here that ice cubes just evaporate. They immediately. Ice cubes do not last unless I put them in my cooler. And I typically have a cooler, or I have my cooler backpack, which I have with me today. And the cooler backpack does a really good job at keeping my drinks and stuff cool. So we got Southwest JetBlue off to San Juan. Sounds like a good sounding departure for the A320. JetBlue gonna leave heavy. That's true. I never thought about that, about the air stairs there. Thinking about them reaching the 747, they should reach an A380's stairs. Or, oh, it's raining to the west of us. Like, come on, are you kidding me right now? Hold on, we're gonna move the camera one more time. Gonna move it back in place now that the sun is behind the clouds here. So, Copa, where are you going? Oh, are they moving Copa? I think they are. I think Copa's being moved to another gate. They didn't do this last week, but I think they need the gate here on the corner. They haven't used it all day, but it looks like they're going to need it for something else. You know what that means? So we haven't seen. All right, here's what I feel is about to happen. All right, anybody want to make any bets? So American 777 has yet to move, right? Copa is moving off this corner gate right here because they've already offloaded their customs passengers. Copa is going to go over to another gate, load up, take off later. What I feel is about to happen is we're about to have Air France right here in the 777 on this gate where Copa was. Not for sure that's what's about to happen, but judging by the cargo loader in the center of your screen here, I have a feeling that's what's about to happen. We're about to have the 777 from Paris right here in front of us, which will be a first for me, catching that 777 that close. We catch it over there on C-23 all the time. We got a little Spirit Airlines action. This one headed back to New Orleans, I believe. Spirit up on Flight Radar. No, Spirit headed to Baltimore. This is a Mask Neo, by the way. This A320 Neo headed to Baltimore. Yeah, see, so it's Molly's saying that it's arriving in 18 minutes, so that means chances are it's going to go to the corner gate right there. They're bringing out another cargo loader here for that 777, it looks like. The American 777 would have been moved by now if it were going anywhere, so looks like it's not going to move. So Copa going to go over to the other side to get loaded. Looks like our next arrival is going to be Spirit Airlines, Spirit 2316 coming in from Detroit, Michigan. Another A320 Neo, but this one I don't know. I can't tell if it's masked or not via the picture there. Spirit touching down, Breeze leaving the penalty box. Breeze getting ready to get on the move. As you can hear the sounds of that A220 ready to go. So one Spirit, one banana out, one banana in. We need about 5 more bananas to make a bushel. Aren't that what they're called? Bushels of bananas? Shoot, I don't know. So Breeze, ready to go. My ATC hasn't worked in about a month, Jay, unfortunately. I really hate it for you guys, and I need to get us another radio. Again, like I said, we got some changes coming here in the near future. We're gonna make some upgrades here, do some other things. So, Anthony, penalty box basically means that plane was sitting right here in one of the parking areas waiting for its departure. So basically sitting there waiting for either a gate or it's time to be in the departure zone, ready for their flight time. There are many of them around here, but this one is our most prominent one. They'll park them in several different areas around the airport. Looks like we have a Delta up next. Delta 2283 coming in from Boston. This is going to be their A220-300 for the afternoon. So Delta up next. As Breeze gets a move on and gets out of here, we swing over here to Delta to grab another A220. Anthony, good afternoon. Coming in from Boston. So the A220 gonna cut out early here. Gonna give you guys all of the wonderful sides of this A220 here. The A220 from Boston wanting to be on camera this afternoon. Normally they go pretty long. Absolutely stunning airplane in my opinion. I love the A220s. Alright, we got several up for departure. But let's check on the one we're all waiting for. Air France. 692K coming in from Charles de Gaulle there in Paris. 7 hours and 40 minutes of flight time so far. This one arriving now in just 12 minutes. Breeze Airways, that's headed to Tampa, Florida. That's Moxie 135. That's the one we saw depart a moment ago. Got an American Airlines out there at the end of the runway. That one's getting ready to head to Chicago O'Hare. If it is in fact our next departure, it is an American Eagle out there. We've got a Delta 737, looks like ready to head back to Atlanta for the 5th or 6th time this afternoon. We've had Atlanta flights. It's been a very busy day for us in Atlanta. I think we've seen more Atlanta flights today than we've seen Charlotte flights. Normally it's the other way around. So Delta on their way. About to run out of cloud space here with this cloud coming. Speaking of clouds, check out this storm brewing over here just to the north of the airport. And here we go, fire trucks once again for the second time this afternoon. Which way are we going this time? Are we going upstairs or are we going downstairs? Gonna go upstairs this time. Oh, I'm sure they are, Lee. Definitely a lot of delays in action there in Atlanta. So they're trying to get everything back in order, I would assume, like you said. Here we go. We got Frontier on the way out. I think we've got one or two other Frontiers already out there, ready for their departure slots. Santa Claus, good afternoon. 178 days until Christmas. Yeah, Friday was nuts. So Lee, I was talking about it earlier on the show. I saw where ATC had to evacuate their tower on Friday due to the storm because of the high winds. So we got that American Eagle ready to roll. Leaving a bit on the heavy side there. Nice, gentle departure for the American Eagle. So, are we placing any wagers on where the where Air France is going? I have a feeling I already know. It's only one gate that Air France can take them. I'm a little confused on why they're going to do it that way. But anyway, so American Eagle there, that was Envoy 4236. They're headed to Matman, headed out there to Chicago. Next departure is going to be headed to Chicago as well. Piper the White Pelican livery, headed up to our buddy Matman there, Frontier 3351. Looks like we got a couple of arrivals on deck. One private jet, one American 2693 coming in from Dallas Fort Worth. 2 hours and 24 minutes of flight time for another 737-800. This one about to touch down. PSA getting ready to go. That's what you're hearing there. And there's CRJ ready to go back to Washington, D.C. Gonna go to Ronald Reagan International Airport there, right on the river. This one here headed to Chicago, so the race is on to Matman's neck of the woods. Look at Piper the Pelican. Got our next departure up and ready to go. Looks like we're going to have some rapid fires here. Is this one up on flight radar? It is. This is Wiley the Coyote. It's headed out. It's an A320. No destination for this one up on flight radar at the moment. Now you better hurry up. Got that American barreling down on him. So we may end up will we have a go around here? Come on, get moving. Plenty of time, but at the same time it doesn't look like it. I know there is, but oh no, it's United. United trying to get out of here before the American. Remember, they can't touch the runway at the same time. So United's got to do everything they can to get off the ground. Oh, look, it's raining over there. The runway's wet. Very end of the runway there is wet. Come on, come on, come on. Come on, United's still not off the ground. That American's getting close. United off the ground there last minute. As our American from DFW touches down here. Plenty of time. Absolutely plenty of time. Looks like the runway was wet though, didn't it? Was it? Definitely is. The runway is slightly wet. Just in that one section of the runway, it looks like. Interesting. So there we go. American from Dallas. So we'll find out where United was headed. I think that's headed to Washington Dulles. So they're headed up to the big airport there in DC. All the PSA here is headed to Reagan. Now we've got Frontier on the move finally. No information on Wile E. the Coyote. Enough rain out there at the end of the runway to get a little bit of jet spray. I couldn't even tell it was raining out there earlier. And absolutely dry as a bone down here at this end. So Wile E. the Coyote out of here, not the coyote we all think. Nice wordplay there, though, for Frontier Airlines. So we have PSA pushing back now. Let's hang out with them. We do have an exec jet touching down. Our next arrival is, though, Air France from Charles de Gaulle. Wile E. the Coyote there, Frontier 3321, headed to Miami, Florida. Air France next on final. 3 minutes away. Well, that's good. These storms moving at 5 miles an hour are really what's saving our behinds this afternoon, to be honest. If it weren't for the rain and the sun, we'd probably almost be ready to be done here this afternoon. But it is keeping the heat away from us, thankfully. Looks like it is raining a little harder out there at the end of the runway. I've got eyes on Air France, so we'll see that one here in just a minute. So enjoy the 777 arrival. So Anthony, the biggest one that I've seen land here passenger-wise has been the 747 400, back when they brought Manchester City over to play soccer last year. We also saw the Turkish 777 here a couple weeks ago, as well, also carrying the Turkish soccer team, taking them back to Turkey. Here comes our 777-200. So we've got a couple of big aircraft here carrying packs, but not too many. There's our majestic Air France. So this will be a nice surprise, a nice treat here this afternoon. The Air France 777 going to the corner gate here. I believe that is, let's check and see what gate that is. Can never remember this gate number. Gate C24. You can see them moving the cargo handling equipment around there. So this will be a nice surprise. I've never seen the Air France 777 here on this corner. I have seen the American 777 on that corner, as well as, of course, Lufthansa. That is one of their main gates there. Lufthansa uses that gate quite frequently. As a matter of fact, I don't know that I've seen Lufthansa on any other gate other than that one right there. So Air France might have to wait just a minute here as the CRJ finishes up their startup. The CRJ here, this one headed it back to DC. So we're going to have a really, really good close-up of the Air France 777 here in a minute. So the 777 sitting over there waiting, just as I predicted. Gotta wait on this one to get out of the way. Sounds like Air Canada might be ready to go. Joshua, good afternoon, doing all right. Hanging in there, defeating the heat as far as it goes for now. Yep, Air Canada ready for pushback. You guys hear the bells. That is the jetway for Air Canada. So all of our, other than Lufthansa, all of our international flights here are on the ground. Aeromexico, Air Canada, American, Air France, Copa, all here and on the ground. Looks like we got United at 2485. It's going to be our next arrival here in about 3 minutes. It's coming in from Newark, New Jersey. That's going to be another 737-900. Again, looks like it's raining quite significantly at the end of the runway down there. Got a Southwest on the move as well. Oh, no worries about the questions at all. Sorry, I missed your message there. I just caught the tail end of it as it escaped out. No worries about the questions here. RDU accommodates a lot of different planes. Again, the 777 last weekend before, whatever week that was, the Turkish did not go to a gate. It went down to the overnight parking area waiting for the team to finish up playing Mexico. So it was hanging out down there toward the end. They left around 1 a.m. that night. Southwest getting a move on over here, 2-3 left. Good thing we don't have a whole lot going on. Air France moving, but oh, they have to move because they've got an American pushing back. I don't know. I assume PSA is going to wait because here comes Air France. This will be quite the treat for us. We don't get to see it as up close as we're about to. Not take out any light poles. No, they're far enough away from it. Long running joke here at RDU about Air France and the light poles. Air France has already taken out one of them. So nice surprise here for us and Air France. Do have another arrival on final. That's United from Newark, New Jersey. We're going to stay with the triple here, though. So get everybody coordinated here to get this big bird in. You'll see United there. Dang, that was 2 years before I was born. 1986, September 23rd. I would have loved to have seen that though. I don't know what we're waiting on here. Oh, I see what we're doing here. We're going to tow the Air France 777 into the gate. So they're not going to allow Air France to take matters into their own hands and pull into the gate themselves. They're going to come out here with a tug and pull them in. boom operator for the KC-135. That would be so cool. Sun's coming back out here. If that stays the case here, we may not have too much longer left in this afternoon's show. Thank you guys, 249 likes. Thank you, Molly, for that update. Yes, please make sure you guys smash the like button. Got a little bit of time left here in the show. As long as we can keep that cloud, but that cloud is slowly but surely moving away from us, unfortunately. That's bad news. So it's going to put us right in the heat. Now, if we get a nice quick rain shower to cool things down, that would make life a whole heck of a lot easier. But I don't know if that's going to happen or not here this afternoon. Do everything I can here to prolong our stay here this afternoon. I would have loved to have seen the Concorde in person fly. I've seen the one at the museum, of course, but never seen one flying, unfortunately. Got an exec jet departing over there behind us. Good look at our 777 pilots. As they pull our bird in finally. Got a Delta CRJ over in the penalty box. Looks like they went up the hill and are now waiting. Yeah, there are so many planes I would love to be able to get up close and personal with. American 737-800 on the move, ready to roll. I wonder if this is our one back to Charlotte. Could be the one headed it back to Dallas, Fort Worth. So we'll lose that one there. That one very, very heavy. Look, here we go. Finally, Air Canada can get a move on now that Air France has made their decisions and gotten in where they need to be. Speaking of Air Canada, we got another one. Jazz Aviation 836 coming in from Toronto. This one's going to be a CRJ 900 this time. That was American Airlines 1897 headed back to Charlotte, North Carolina. They're about a 28-minute flight. So Air Canada E175 going to get out of the way for the CRJ that's about to make its way in. Look at how little the CRJ is in comparison to the 777. And I know the perspective is a little bit off, being that the 777 is a lot closer to us, but that gives you a little bit of a comparison there. Air Canada to the starting line here. So all of our notables are here on the ground this afternoon. Still have that Copa and Aeromexico departure. Copa due to depart at 4:05, I think is what Molly said earlier. We've got JetBlue 2283 coming in here in about 15 minutes. That one coming from Boston, Massachusetts. One we haven't seen here in a while, an E190. As JetBlue phases out all of their E190s. So here comes that Air Canada. All right, Bridget Klaus, good night. Thank you for sticking around and watching the show. Bridget with us all day. Ooh, CRJ. Come on, you can do it. There you go. Had to make some quick and final adjustments for that touchdown for Air Canada. So again, Air Canada from Toronto. This one, I believe, is headed back to Montreal. Could be Toronto. We've got that Delta CRJ coming out of the penalty box just now. We got Cliff, the mountain goat, arriving in 20 minutes for Frontier, coming in from Atlanta. I feel like we've said Atlanta a lot today. We've got another one, another Delta from Atlanta just in front of that. That's Delta 1550 here in just a little while. Lots and lots of planes from Atlanta. we got a breeze up on flight radar. Walking Beyond Borders, good afternoon. I think, like I said, I think this one's headed to Montreal. The CRJ was from Toronto. Don't know where the CRJ went. Probably waiting on this one to get out of the way. Still have PSA just sitting over there as well, so PSA not going anywhere either. Walking Beyond Borders, that's a good question. I thought about that too, but the current runway is going to become a taxiway once they get all of this done, right? So they didn't get the length that they wanted. For whatever reason, they wouldn't quite give them the length that they wanted, but they got pretty close. So it's over 10,000 feet. If I remember correctly. I'll just be excited to see them get it done, to be honest. So the guys for Air Canada is waiting for the CRJ to come back here. PSA is holding up a lane of traffic in and out. Good question, Jay. I don't know if they have after takeoff. We've had several within the last couple of years on arrival. Small ones, small plane crashes, nothing serious. But I don't know if we've ever had any big commercial type deals here. See, I didn't know that. It was well before I moved here. PSA turning around. Uh-oh, that's not good. PSA going back to the gate. So we check out Air Canada's CRJ going to their gate. PSA again turning around and coming back to their gate as well. So they sat there forever waiting on Air France. I assume they've got to make a crew change now. Or they have a problem with a passenger on board. I'm sure that's not what anybody on board that one wants to see. Going back to the gate after sitting for so long. We getting in some selfies down here? What's happening? I'm not gonna stay on there, but oh, she moved. She's getting some selfies before her departure. It's fun to look down and watch what people are doing down below us. I very much so enjoy watching people and doing all the people watching things. Not in a creepy way, not in a creepy way. just to watch what people are doing. It's so funny to me what people do. So, door down for Air Canada. Can't believe that CRJ returned to the gate here. I'm assuming crew timed out. Ah, there we go. Yeah, so 1988. Just still before I was born. By about 6 months. So I really would hate to be one of these passengers here. So it looks like our next arrival is going to be that JetBlue coming from Boston, that E190AR. Again, that is our next arrival. It's going to be followed by Delta and Frontier. That's pretty good, Andy. Agreed. You just never know what you're gonna see when you just sit back and watch people. You know what I mean? Especially in big public in public places like the airport, the mall. It's just one of my favorite things to do. Just sit back and watch what people do. You see some really, really, really funny stuff. Cargo bins, wagging the tail. Ooh, that's getting pretty hairy. They need to slow that down a little bit. Those two whipping back and forth. This is very true too, Jeff. Walmart. Anybody ever see the videos, people of Walmart? Oh, they're absolutely hilarious. The videos. So fun. Alright, our E190 from Boston. This is JetBlue. Jay, I would assume 18 to be out on the ramp, and I imagine 14 to 16 possibly, depending on your work permit status. So you gotta have a work permit now, and you could work inside the airport, one of the stores or coffee shops or restaurants, I assume. Thank you, Molly, for listing off our departure times for this afternoon. Getting close here to evening hours. 4:15 currently. Close enough. 4:13. So, will we have the JetBlue back here in the alley, or are you going to go to the front side of the terminal? We do have United out there. Dave, right? I don't know that I would want to work a Spirit counter, though. It'd be great for people watching, but I don't know that I could handle all of the attitude. I don't know what it is about those folks that fly Spirit, but seems like every video you see of people flying Spirit, they have a bit of an attitude, right? So United 737-900 MAX 9 up and away. We saw that one come in from Newark, New Jersey. They're gonna take the long route there. Looks like JetBlue is gonna go to the other side of Terminal 1 here. American Eagle off and running. Let's find out where United is headed. We should have... It's not even up on flight radar. Looks like we got a Delta CRJ up next. This one coming in from Newark, New Jersey. Endeavor 5260. It's going to be another CRJ. Followed by the two from Atlanta, Frontier and Delta. That United is United 1991. That 737 MAX 9 headed to Newark, New Jersey. So we got a Southwest over on the other side ready to go. We've got Air Canada here in front of us. Breeze Airways in the penalty box again. Very nice departure here for Air Canada. Yeah, so Lynn, apparently they're going to pull out of Miami from what I understand. So JetBlue is going to eventually pull out of Miami, if I remember correctly. I think I saw a thing about that the other day, in fact. They were talking about it online. No, the sun is back out. That's bad news. That is absolute bad news for us. But I might have a plan. Keyword might. Now that the sun has shifted just enough, I think we might be in the clear for the afternoon. Alright, we're going to move the camera. Going to go for a little ride here in just a second. Let's get this last E175 departure. Alright, so we're going to try to do this without messing up anything. So bear with me here. We're going to move. I'm going to back up a little bit here. Alright, I'm going to mute the mics a minute. Give me 1 minute. We'll be right back. Newark. Thank you guys for standing by for a minute here while I unplugged and moved the wire around for the sound system here. I'm gonna go ahead and try and move this back as far as we can to try and get out completely out of the sun here. Almost there. Our lens is in the sun a little bit, but as long as the camera body stays out of the sun, we'll be fine. If I have to make any further adjustments, we just move the car forward and continue to slide back. We've got plenty of cable for that, so no worries there. Looks like we've got American Eagle on the move. Got somebody decent sized on final. We've got that Delta from Atlanta on final. Looks like we've got an American Eagle. E175. Thank you, Brian Lloyd. 255 likes. So here comes Delta 1550, I believe, from Atlanta. Another 737 at 900. Ooh. Little one-wheel touchdown there. Little hop and a skip. That sun needs to go. Really, really hot. Still have that breeze over there. We got Frontier coming in next. You saw that one Frontier headed out and ready to go. And right here we've got Breeze, been sitting in the penalty box for quite some time. Oh, that would be great, Alan. The plane. All right, Frontier from Atlanta. That's our next arrival there. Sounds like our A220 might be leaving the penalty box. Trying to hear that unmistakable sound. So Cliff the Mountain Goat on board our flight from Atlanta. We've seen Cliff here before. He just looks like he wants to ask you a question. Hi, my name's Cliff. I want to ask you a question. Alright, so we got a couple out here ready for departure. We've got a couple Americans coming in here in just a moment. That American Eagle a moment ago that departed, that was American Republic 4563. They're headed to Chicago, headed back to our buddy Matt Man. Air Canada is headed to Montreal. So next arrival is Republic Airways 4567. This one coming in from Nashville, Tennessee. Here in just a few minutes. 1 hour and about 10 minutes of flight time for the American Eagle from Nashville, Tennessee. Got a couple sitting out there at the end of the runway waiting for departure. We've got 3 on final here. Number 2 is American 2334 coming in from Philadelphia. This one is a 737-800. So lots of Philadelphia and Atlanta action today. Oh, we got a fire truck down on the ground there. One of the smaller pickup trucks. Don't know if I'm going to be in, how long I'm going to be in the shade for here. Alright, so here's American Eagle from Nashville. Do have that A220 leaving the penalty box, one leaving the airport, one leaving the box, as you guys can hear. We have had some medevac stuff in and out of here. We've had a couple of medevac planes come in and out. We saw one a few weeks ago where the Big Duke Hospital dropped off a patient and put them on a plane, I believe, or it was vice versa. I can't remember. But there was a Big Duke ambulance over there, and we had a plane come in. They had a patient that they were transporting. We do get the medevacs in here to get fuel every now and then. Duke Life Flight, and the one from Carolina University over there as well. But they do make a couple of stops every now and then, particularly for fuel if they're coming in here. We see the medevacs flying over us all the time here. Looks like we got somebody ready to make a move here, getting a move on. Breeze is leaving. Breeze is Moxie 594. They're headed to Daytona Beach. Next arrival, though, is that American 2334 coming in from Philadelphia. Frontier making a run for it. I don't remember seeing this one land. Do you guys remember seeing this one land at all? Maybe this one was here overnight. So that Frontier up and out. Here's our Philadelphia flight, that 737. Will they bounce? The last 2 arrivals have bounced today. Hold on 1 second. We have a battery down. Gotta change battery here. Hold on. That's not a normal occurrence. Hold on, we gotta undo the sound. We'll be right back. Alright, camera's back up. Sound is back up. That was a little bit of an oddity. We never have our little battery die. I did have the cell phone plugged into it, and the cell phone never did actually charge. So it was mostly running off of our little battery. But this little 200 watt battery never dies. I think this is only the second time in the time that I've had this little battery that it has actually died on us. My dad was transported out here one time from western North Carolina via helicopter. He had a heart attack. Car accidents, things like that, tend to affect whether or not you make it out here or not. Alright, I gotta make another quick adjustment. Colors of Death here, as we have to switch back to 4K. Yeah, so Alaska is a significantly more different situation. So, you know, Alaska's very, very remote. You got nothing in certain parts of Alaska, so that's the only way they can transport people to hospitals, especially like to Anchorage and Juneau, places like that, especially if you live out in the remote bush. Southwest 2224 coming in from Chicago Midway, another one from Mattman. 1 hour and 27 minutes of flight time for this 737-800. That one arriving here in just a moment. Yeah, exactly. Alaska is the exception to everyone else's rules. Everything is so remote in Alaska. The train even stops like in the middle of nowhere for people to get things on and off. Speaking of helicopters, got a medevac right over our head now. Can't get to it because we're under the parking garage, but we got Southwest. We got a viewer who flies some of the medevac helicopters. We haven't seen him in a while, but we do have a viewer who watches the show, who crosses our path every now and then. So they'll fly right over us. He is local to the area. So here we go, Southwest touching down. Again, at Southwest from Chicago Midway. Next arrival is going to be United 1486. This one coming in from Houston, Texas. Another Houston flight. This one 2 hours and about 28 minutes of flight time by the time they touch down here. And that's also on a 737 at 900. Yep, you're gonna be on a plane for about 4 hours. 4.5, 5. It'll be like flying out to California, or at least Phoenix. Actually, I think Phoenix is only like 3 hours, 3.5. We should have Alaska Airlines here shortly as well, around the 5 p.m. hour. We've got Copa Airlines on the move, headed back to Panama City, Panama. Is Copa. Yeah, I've gotten to the point now where I'm not a huge fan of driving anymore, to long distances anyway. I can do a short couple hours, 4 hours at most. But anything longer than that, I'm really hard pressed to do it. I mean, I will, because I got to go to my, up to my mom's house every now and then, but she's 5 hours away. I used to really enjoy long road trips. Now, just, I don't know. Depends on where I'm going. Short shot of Spirit's departure there. Again, we have this truck right in front of us. We've had to move for the sun, so that view has gotten even shorter. So as you can see, Copa making their way out to the end of the runway for their departure back to Panama City. Thank you, Matt, man. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend. Have a good start to your week. Again, Friday, for sure, we'll be out here Friday. Possibly Friday morning. But for sure, Friday evening for the fireworks. Spirit Airlines, they're headed to Detroit. That's Spirit 2317. Again, they're headed to Detroit, Michigan. Gained a lot of new friends today. What did I say we started with? 66, 67. We're up to 221 today, so thank you guys for smashing the like button, subscribing to the channel. We're up to 263 likes, trying to reach that 300 like goal, so you guys are helping us get there. Here we've got a couple more hours at least. We're going to try for at least a couple more hours here. Will we be here for the 777's departures? It depends on the weather. to be honest. Got an American Airlines coming back this way, as you guys can see. That's never a good sign, is it? Looks like our next arrival is going to be JetBlue 285 coming in from JFK, New York. 1 hour and about 5 minutes by the time this A320 lands. So maybe we'll get this A320 back here in the alleyway, since the one from Boston is on the front side of the terminal there. Comes JetBlue. This one's not had its photo taken for flight radar. Flight radar showing the old livery, but JetBlue. This one coming in with the new livery here. So again, like Alan said, 263 likes. If you guys haven't smashed the like button yet, please do so. Hey, Molly, you're out of luck. It's not your favorite, it's mine. With the orange wingtips. So good to see this one. If you guys don't know, that orange on board that plane, they vary in color. There can also be a purple / lavender color, the wingtips, as well as that orange on the tail. My personal favorite is this one. I love the orange wingtips. All right, Copa. Copa's up next. Ready for departure. You know, I didn't realize that they still allowed like unaccompanied minors until here recently. James K. Good afternoon there from Wilmington. Got us another Wilmington viewer. Thank you for joining us. Copa Airlines back to Panama. Gonna leave a little heavy, looks like, this 737 800. Whoops, as I trip and fall. Oh, there we go. A little bit more of it there. So Copa off and running. Air Canada for the third or fourth time today. This one getting ready to head it back to Toronto. To Panama. This one here should be headed back to Toronto. Aeromexico is due out at in about 2 minutes. So our friends from the north and our friends from the south may leave back to back. Again, Air Canada and Aeromexico both landed back to back here this afternoon. So we'll see if they depart here this afternoon together. Going to be monitoring our battery extra close. We're down to one big battery for all of our equipment this afternoon, so it should deplete fairly quickly. Don't know if we have another hour hour and a half left in the battery. Hopefully we do. The battery is still fully charged, however. Only missing one bar. So here comes our next arrival. It's going to be American Airlines 2462. This one coming in from Los Angeles. So American from LAX. Yeah, I didn't fly until I was about 27 years old. 26. Whatever it was. My parents and I never flew. I don't even think... I know my mom flew once when I was a kid. She had training out in Memphis, Tennessee for a job she was doing. But my dad never flew. I don't think, other than the little Cessna we did out at the Outer Banks, I don't think he ever flew anywhere. My grandfather never would fly. He got scared in a crop duster as a kid. Vowed never to fly again. So here goes our Delta A220 A300 back to Boston. Saw this one land earlier this afternoon. This one headed it back to Boston. Comes our beautiful JetBlue. What name do we have on the front of this one? It is blue and white and flies all over. Got an American 737 out on the runway ready for departure, but I know some of you guys like the marshalling shot. I personally like the marshalling shot while they make their way in. Swing over to our guy here. Thank you, Walter. Glad you're enjoying the show. That's awesome. Used to be a ramp agent. Very nice. Up in Midway. For Midway and Delta. Nice. Air Canada finally pushing back. There's CRJ. This one finally into the gate. Welcome to the show, by the way, Walter. Thank you for joining us. Air Canada and their CRJ ready to go. We had that American 737 depart a moment ago. They're headed to Dallas, Fort Worth. We've got Southwest on final, coming in from Baltimore. This one at Southwest at 4337. That's followed by Delta. It's going to be Republic Airways 5669 coming in from New York. Aeromexico is up on flight radar, getting ready for pushback, or has pushback. So that means looks like we could possibly have that back-to-back Aeromexico Air Canada departure. Just like we had the arrival earlier this afternoon. Here goes Delta to Boston at A220-300. Good looking departure there for Delta. And Southwest, can we grab a couple of seconds here of Southwest as they come in? Again, nobody has shown up to get this truck out of my way. I really need this truck out of my way. All right, as you can see, we got another one here on final. That is the Republic Airways 5669 coming in from LaGuardia. That's going to be another E170 this time instead of the E175. Like this one might actually pull out early. There we go. Delta, that Republic Airways gonna mosey on down, it looks like. Never mind. I thought they were gonna pull out right there. They looked like they were slowing down just enough, but apparently not. We got a couple of friends here, Walter, that work on the ramp. Mostly for Air Canada down here. There goes Aeromexico. Aeromexico headed out for their departure back to Mexico City. Hiding there behind. So Chip, they're building the new runway. So we got a new runway coming here. It's a part of the RDU 2040 project. It'll be a while before they get it up and done. We've got American Airlines 2704 coming in from Charlotte. That's going to be another A321. But yeah, so they've got a new runway coming. They're currently working on getting all of the dirt moved and situated there before they start working on the concreting. I don't figure they'll have the runway done before 2030. Just my observation. I don't know what the average length of time it takes to build a runway, but I'm going to say it's going to be at least 5 years. It took them 2.5 years to build that overnight pad over here in front of the observation deck. Coming in from Charlotte, we've got a United headed up the hill here. Looks like they're headed to the penalty box. We're going to go up there and wait. I think we have Alaska Airlines up next as Air Canada finally gets a move on here. Let's take a peek. Is this Alaska? I can't see the labels. All right, yes, Alaska 572 Coming in from Seattle, this is going to be a 737 MAX 9 today. So it will replace the current runway. The current runway will then become a taxiway. And then once that's completed, they'll put legs out on the terminal. So they'll each end of the terminal, and I think there's going to be two legs to the terminal right in the middle. Oh, JetBlue dropped the bag. Here comes our MAX 9 from Seattle, Washington. Look at those storm clouds behind it. So they'll continue to use it, but only as a taxiway. At least that's the last word I heard, that would become the taxiway. I think they're too close together to make them actual runways, both of them. And we got PSA going to try it again. PSA went out a minute ago, or a little while ago, had to turn around and come back. So there's Alaska. .572 from Seattle. Starting to get all of our West Coast flights in. We just had American from Los Angeles, now Alaska from Seattle. You're just in time then to catch the Alaska flight. Alright, we got one getting ready to line up out here. This is going to be Aeromexico. We've got a Delta CRJ on final, but Aeromexico getting ready to head back to Mexico City. Flight radar is so messed up. Flight radar has them two almost on top of each other at the moment. So, possibility of the two Air Canada, Aeromexicos going out together. I don't know if there's someone else out there in between the two of them or not. But here we go, Aeromexico back to Mexico City. Aeromexico going to leave us heavy. Didn't think we'd see him again. And that CRJ about to touch down here. So this is Endeavor 5028. This is coming in from JFK, New York. This Delta CRJ. So Zoe, I was talking about doing two different shows. Chances are we'll probably start around 7 or 8 Friday night. But I was thinking about doing one in the morning. That one is not set in stone. But Friday night we will be here around 7 or 8 p.m., possibly earlier depending on the weather and how hot it is. We're going to be out here to give you guys those 4th of July fireworks if you guys are just tuning in and joining us. So we are going to have that back-to-back departure here. We've got Air Canada going to follow Aeromexico out Good evening, Alan Lee. It's about 11 p.m. for you up there. 10 p.m. 5 hours. What is it? Are we 5 or 6 right now? 6-hour time difference. Delta A319. Alright, let's see if we can get, that one's, there it is. That one coming in from Fort Lauderdale, Delta 1018. We've got United coming in from Chicago, another 737 MAX 9 coming in from Matt Man's neck of the woods once again. Delta's on the wrong side here. Most of the time, Delta's on the other side. What's up, Beth? Good afternoon. Congratulations on the membership. So we got that MAX 9 coming in now from United, coming in from Chicago. Arrival for that MAX. So like I said, PSA, gonna try this again. This will be the second time they've pushed back this afternoon, trying to get out of here. We've got another Breeze Moxie 331, this one coming in from Louisville, Kentucky. 1 hour of flight time. By the time this one touches down, it'll be 1 hour, 2 minutes of flight time, possibly longer, because I don't even see it out there, but they are on final for the other side. Mother Nature playing right into our hands for the rest of the evening here. We're gonna try our best, depending on the battery, you guys, you know how it is. We've been on the air since 10 o'clock this morning. we're going to try to stay for both of the 777 departures here this afternoon. If we can't, we can't, but we are definitely going to try. We have over half battery left here, so running 3 devices off of 1 battery. So we're going to do our best to try and stay for both of those 777 departures this afternoon. Looks like we're going to have enough of a cloud cover here this evening to where we don't have to worry too much about the heat. Everything is looking good according to OBS. So lots of action to come. It's been a while since we've done a nice 8-hour show. We almost made it to 8 hours last week before the heat took us out. We made it to about 7 hours 25 minutes last weekend. So this weekend we're going to shoot for the 8-hour mark. So there is Breeze Airways. Coming in from Louisville, Kentucky. This one is not an A220. The only non-A220 Breeze we've seen this afternoon, actually all day. I want to know, alright, so I haven't seen this before until now, so they must have implemented some new things. So when the other JetBlue was here earlier, they stacked the cones up like this as well. So what's the deal with them stacking 4 or 5 cones there behind the front tire? Anybody know? I've never seen them do that before. That's a first. So definitely interesting that they're doing that. Man, that ambulance and that fire truck have been sitting out front here of the terminal for quite some time this afternoon. Hope everybody's all right. Got PSA finally getting a move on for the second time this afternoon. That makes sense. Wouldn't want to get a headache from headbutting an antenna or breaking one of those antennas off. Speaking of ambulances, we got another one leaving the airfield here. So the airport is busy with ambulances. Looks like we got Southwest up next. Southwest is going to be our next arrival. Southwest 4447, this coming in from Denver. This is a 737 MAX 8 from Denver, Colorado. 2 hours and 52 minutes of flight time for this one. And we got United coming down off the hill. They were sitting there in the penalty box for quite some time. So United finally able to leave the penalty box and get moving. I won't stay on it for too long, but we do have the ambulance. And, other emergency equipment up here at the front of the building here. They've been there for quite some time, in fact. Alright, so next arrival. Looks like we got Frontier on final. Mojave, the Desert Tortoise, Frontier at 2440. This one coming in from Denver as well. So Southwest and Frontier racing from Denver this afternoon. 3 hours and 11 minutes of flight time for this one. So why was this one so much longer than Southwest? You would think they would both be about 2 hours and 52 minutes. $271 likes. Thank you, Molly, for that update. Make sure you guys smash the like button. We're trying to get to 300 today if you haven't been here all day. Got our like goal set to 300. I figure we can do it. We did it last week. No reason we can't do it again this week. Very smooth touchdown there for Frontier. Mojave, the Desert Tortoise on back. Got to switch hands there. Got an American Eagle E175 ready for pushback. We saw that CRJ a moment ago. Got Delta Airlines on final. Again, another one of our West Coast flights. This one coming in from Salt Lake City, Delta 1409. 3 hours and 32 minutes of flight time for the 737-9. So that one gonna arrive in just a minute. So again, if you guys are just joining us, please smash the like button. We're going to try to be here for both the 777 departures this evening. One at 6:15 and one at 6:30. We've got lots of action between now and then. We've got another hour and 15 minutes left in today's show. Currently sitting on 7 hours, 15 minutes. We're definitely going to make it to 8 hours today. Fingers crossed. Hopefully the battery doesn't decide to just quickly deplete. Hopefully not. Got United on the move. Up and ready for departure. I probably should, Molly. But honestly, I don't know. So last Friday, this past Friday, right? There wasn't a whole lot of traffic up here. The parking garage was pretty well a ghost town. We haven't really run into too many issues like we did last year. I don't know if it's because we've switched up days or what the deal is, because usually Tuesdays and Thursdays we ran into tons and tons of problems. It seems like Wednesday we've only run into it maybe twice here, and then of course this past Friday we didn't have any issues whatsoever getting into the parking garage. So I don't know how many people are going to travel for the 4th of July. Probably not too many, I wouldn't think. It's not like Labor Day or anything like that, and I don't think we did last year either. There went PSA, completely missed it. There is our next arrival. Again, this one is Delta 1409 coming in from Salt Lake City. That United departure, they're headed to Denver a moment ago. Another Atlanta diversion here at 603. Interesting. Probably more severe thunderstorms down there. But again, this one from Utah. Had that American Eagle that we were watching a moment ago. That one's already on its way out. Air France looks like it's very busy, but they have a lot of parked equipment there. Looks like we got a storm off to the west. Can't tell if that was lightning I just saw or what. I only saw it out of the corner of my eye here. So it looks like our next arrival is going to be Southwest 3241. This one coming in from Houston, Texas. 2 hours and 24 minutes. That one's arriving in just 3 minutes. Here they come back with the Air France bags. Oh, Southwest is going to surprise us once again. They're going to land over here on 23 right. Thank you. Thank you, Lynn. I'm sure they are. It's been a really hot and humid summer, and we're not even a week into summer yet. Well, yeah, technically I guess we are. I guess we're 7 days in now into summer, and it's already been an absolute scorcher. Again, I'm really surprised and excited that we actually had a spring this summer, or a spring this spring. The last few years it's been just straight summer, winter right into summer. So good to see we had a nice spring this year. So here we go, here's Southwest. Gonna surprise us with their presence on 23 right. So maybe they're landing here for a medical emergency. You'd think, though, maybe they would stop in DC or, you know, Baltimore. I assume they're already past that when they made the call, though. So their next option is us or Charlotte. So Southwest, again, gracing us with their presence. Get a good look at them going up the hill here in just a moment. We've got an American Eagle ready to go. Wait on the American Eagle to pass the trees here. They're going to rotate nice and early. Southwest in a hurry. I was hoping to give you guys a really good shot of Southwest as they fly up the hill here. We'll give you a little static shot here. We haven't really seen any Southwest up close this afternoon. They'll continue on up the hill to Terminal 1. Okay. So right around Rocky Mount, they started making that adjustment. There you go. Looks like they got the AC lines hooked up to the CRJ. This Delta in the wrong place. All right, next arrival. Looks like we got a lot of American happening here. American Airlines 3008 coming in from Miami. This is going to be an A319-100. This one arriving, it says 3 minutes, but it looks closer on flight radar. Looks like we got what do we got over here? An exec jet, possibly. Not on my flight radar. Looks like a Gulfstream. So what's our status here on Air France? Again, we have about an hour before the departure of Air France. Thank you, Brian Lloyd. 200 and Enzo as well. 283 likes. So thank you guys for smashing the like button. We're getting closer to our goal today of 300. We still have a little more than an hour left in today's show. I was about to say this afternoon show. But I forgot we started early this morning, about 10 o'clock. Thank you, Jeff, for the support and smashing that like button multiple times. I do it too. I like my own show. Nothing wrong with that. Both here on this account as well as my personal account. So this A319 from Miami. The A319 slowing it down more than I expected it would. So American gonna make that right turn. Got all of the catering. Some more bags to load. Looks like they're getting ready to do that now. Load up some of the bags. Putting the baggage belt up. Got a private owner, this one coming in from Chicago. Cessna Citation. An hour and 47 minutes of flight time. Airport code was AUZ. Not sure what airport that is. It says Chicago. Got another minute or so before that one is in view. There's our exec jet arrival. We got one on final on this side. Not an exec jet. Got another American Airlines. This one, American 1894, coming in from Charlotte. It's going to be that A321-200. That one arriving in just a minute or two. Got another Southwest off in the distance. Southwest 2644. This one coming in from Nashville, Tennessee, but it looks like it's got a couple more exec jets. Lake Ozark, Learjet 60. An hour and 43 minutes of flight time, wherever that is at. Just made a circle and is lining forth for arrival. Thank you, Molly. We've also got another exec jet coming in from Orlando, a Cessna Citation XL. Again, that Orlando. A lot of private jet action happening here right now. Looks like we got another United up to the penalty box here. Nice. So a lot of planes from in and around Chicago this afternoon. So here comes American from Charlotte at A321. So it must be a medical diversion because, and I'll show you guys why here in just a second. Maybe. I'll wait until things move here before I say anything else, but let's see what happens. There is lightning off to the west of the airport. Hey, it's a retro livery, Piedmont. Not Piedmont. Yes? Allegheny, sorry. The Allegheny retro livery. This one it was not shown. So nice. We got one special livery today, the Allegheny Special. From American Airlines. Good to see the Allegheny retro livery here this afternoon. Alright, so how far is that Delta from arrival? Is that the next one I'm seeing out there? Hold on, let me just try to take off our filter here. I don't typically like to do that. It doesn't take but a second. Yeah, there it is. Delta diverting up to Raleigh. It left Atlanta. It's supposed to be going to JFK. Now turning for a final here. So the reason why I was asking, so they've got the fire trucks out here. I don't know if they're ready to roll on it or what, but you would think they would already be out, being that that plane is about to touch down here. So here's our diversion. This one was supposed to be going to a JFK from Atlanta. Doesn't look like the fire trucks are rolling. Got a Southwest over here ready for departure. Gonna do Southwest things, turn and burn probably. So again, that Delta, a diversion. Supposed to be headed to JFK. Again, all of the fire trucks over here all lit up. I don't think they need assistance because none of the fire trucks have moved, but they all have their lights on, ready to go, I guess, if need be. Not sure what the deal is with that Delta. Southwest not giving us a turn and burn, but they are going to go ahead and hit it. See all of the fire trucks lit up over there. No movement out of them though, so it must not have been too serious of an issue at the moment. So got American Airlines 737 out, heading out to the end of the runway for departure. Got to reset our flight radar. We do have Southwest 2644 coming in from Nashville up next. That Southwest departing with Southwest 3480. They're headed to Bewee, headed out to Baltimore. We've got a Delta 737 on the way out here. I don't know if it was or not. I missed it. It could have been. They could have some sort of mechanical failure. You guys can go back and watch the replay of it. So the fire trucks have turned their lights off. Looks like they're backing back into the fire station over there. Thank you, Miss Carolina. 10 likes away. Thank you, guys. Make sure if you guys haven't yet, smash the like button. Please do so. Again, we did just have that Atlanta JFK diversion here. No fire trucks rolling on it. Not sure what the deal is. I'm sure we'll hear a word here before too long. Alright, Southwest is going to be our next arrival from Nashville, Tennessee. This is that special one with the sticker on board under the window. Apologies, we won't get to see it up close. We're going to lose it here in just a moment because of that truck that's parked next to us, unfortunately. So a little bit of a special Southwest here. We did have Allegheny land a few minutes ago from Charlotte. So chances are, given their turnaround time, if it's quick enough, we may be here for the Allegheny departure. We are definitely staying for both the American 777 and the Air France 777. As long as our battery will hold out for the next almost hour or so. If we can make that happen, we will be golden. the American 737 up and off the ground. We've got an A320, A319 for Delta sliding out for departure. We've got another Delta 737 out at the end, ready to go. Our JetBlue ready to go. So it looks like our next arrival is going to be American 1888 from Dallas Fort Worth. Another 737-800. Arriving here in about 1 minute. So that American departure, that's headed to Philadelphia. That 737 to Philly. AKA John, good evening to you. Here comes United out of the penalty box. Only about 15 minutes for them. There's our next arrival. Again, this one coming in from DFW. American 1888. Ooh, slamming that nose down. That landing looked a little uncomfortable. Not to say it was rough or anything, just a little uncomfortable. So there you go, American 1888. JetBlue's back here with beacons on, ready to go. We got a Southwest ready for departure. We got somebody out at the end of the runway here on our side, ready for departure. So we've got Delta out there. I don't know if this is it or not. It's not. But we have Delta 1377 and A319 headed to MCO. This is definitely not it. I believe this one's another Atlanta flight. Could possibly be that Salt Lake City flight. But I think that just landed, right? I don't know. Time's running together today for me. Copa really messed me up moving earlier, but I think this one's headed back to Atlanta. So so Allegheny going to depart between the two 777s. Thank you, Mark, for that update. That'll be perfect. That'll be a great way to finish out today's long show. Battery so far looking good. We've got maybe an hour left in today's show. So JetBlue in that new livery. So that Delta was headed to Atlanta. That was Delta 1550 headed back to Atlanta, Georgia. Our umpteenth million Atlanta flight today. We've definitely had tons of Atlanta flights. We've got JetBlue on the way out, and not just this one, but the E190 making its way out to the end of the runway. And of course we have that other Delta out at the end of the runway headed to MCO. Got a Beech C91 King Air on final over here from Portsmouth. It's way off in the distance there. So yeah, two 777s in Allegheny. I think that'll be a perfect way to end the night. Got a Delta headed out there too. We're gonna have double JetBlues, double Deltas. Got a United on the way out as well. Here we go. We're gonna pick up with our departures. Alright guys, so we are 50 subscribers into the day. So thank you guys so much for getting us to 50 subscribers today. Thank you guys for watching and liking the show. We're getting closer to our 300 like count as well. Again, we still have about an hour left in the show, maybe a little less depending on how quickly Air France decides to leave this evening. So still plenty of time. I think last Sunday we had 60 new subscribers. And that 737 leaving heavy for United. Our beautiful, freshly painted JetBlue here on the move. See if I can give you guys some flight information on United here. United 2059 headed up to Chicago at 737-900. Thank you, Randy S., for the update. Sounds like we got FedEx. I haven't zoomed out in quite a while. We do. We have that FedEx 767 arriving from Memphis now in just 8 minutes, along with Frontier, who's doing some weird stuff out over about Rocky Mountain area, maybe Wake Forest area. I'm not zoomed in now, so I don't know. They've got to wait for. Got another Spirit Airlines. This one coming in from Newark, New Jersey. I've seen a lot of Spirit Airlines today, which is okay with us. We don't get to see Spirit too often. It's good that they added all the extra flights that they've added. You can see they're moving the cargo stuff away. The cargo loaders. Got that Delta CRJ. Oh, our cloud has disappeared on us. Sunlight is in full force. Luckily, though, I think we're back far enough. Shouldn't have any issues here for another few minutes or so. Might actually have to move the tripod back just a little bit here to stay out of the sun. Thinking possibly the sun might be low enough it won't bother our computer. Here goes Delta off to Orlando. This A319. JetBlue taking their sweet, sweet time. Looks like that other JetBlue lining up out there, and that E190. Oh man, we need another cloud, and we need it in a hurry. I don't know that we're going to get it though. It got really, really hot all of a sudden. So this JetBlue, I believe, headed back to JFK or Boston. I think they came in pretty close together. We'll find out here in just a second. Our painted up JetBlue, they're headed back to JFK. That was JetBlue 86. So the one departing is headed back to Boston. It says NA at the moment. Hold on, let it reload. JetBlue 2184 is still no destination. Come on, quit messing around. However, our other one, oh thank goodness we got a cloud. The other JetBlue is headed up to JFK. 14-year-old A320. Hey, you know, you can dress up a pig, I guess, right? older aircraft with a fresh paint job. It's good to see their new paint job though, regardless. So we got Spirit inbound next. Again, Spirit from Newark, New Jersey. That's going to be our next arrival. Yeah, JetBlue definitely takes their time. In most instances. So here we go, Spirit from Newark. Going through the windows of this SUV here once again. So there's our next arrival right there. That's going to be Frontier Manuel the Squirrel Monkey returning for a second time today. This one coming from Orlando. So we saw Manuel the Squirrel Monkey earlier this afternoon. So this will be their second visit today. Really kicking them rudders upon arrival this afternoon. Saw that one kicking pretty hard there. So the second time for Manuel, however you want to pronounce it. And here we go, FedEx 785 coming in from Memphis, Tennessee. This one, 1 hour and 31 minutes of flight time for our FedEx Heavy. Our third Heavy of the day. Got 15 more minutes for our pushback for the American 174 Heavy headed back to London. Looks like Air France is almost ready to go, in fact. So maybe the two of them will push out together. Nice smoky touchdown for the 767. 300. Struggling to get these last 10 likes. So again, make sure if you haven't smashed the like button, we're only 5 away. Could you be the one to get us to 300? Try. All right, the FedEx 767 from Memphis, Tennessee, 1 hour and 30 minutes of flight time for the 767. Always love the sound of the 767s. The other cargo handler moving away from the American 777. So we're just minutes away now from the departure of our triples. Speaking of departures, looks like JetBlue might be trying to get ready here to leave. Nope, looks like United doing some weird dance out there, trying to get ready. Looked like they did a little backtracking there for a moment. We'll get a good shot of FedEx again here in just a moment as it comes out from behind the terminal. United out there struggling. They look like they were backtracking, now they're not moving. There's our beautiful 767 from FedEx. Always one of my favorites here at the airport. Thank you guys. 300. Perfect. Keep them coming. Greatly appreciate you guys getting us to our goal today. There goes our United. I have a feeling we're going to lose it here. He's nowhere near ready to lift off. So we lose United behind the terminal. So our next arrival is going to be American 1441 coming in from Philadelphia. So our Philadelphia flight, another one today. United there, let's see. United is headed to Houston. That was a 737-900. Our Philadelphia flight is a A320 this time. It's been a big mixture of planes for American Airlines from Philadelphia this afternoon. Well, all day really. Fairly smooth touchdown there for the A320. Well, this American 737 is definitely going to have to move before they can push our triple back. They are, in fact, getting ready and getting things moved to push Air France here. Air France cleaning up all of the equipment. Uh-oh. JetBlue to JFK. They took too long. Now you're in a hurry to come back. Oh boy. JetBlue to JFK. look like they're leaving. Looks like they might be headed back, possibly to the gate. I don't see anybody out here, so maybe they'll use a different gate. I need to put up a poll one of these days. I guarantee the orange tips will win. There, Molly. Alright, so no idea where JetBlue's gonna go, or where they're trying to go. Got a couple of American changing positions here. Well, they're not going back to the gate. Beautiful shot of that JetBlue. Looks like they're headed up to the penalty box. All right, we've got another arrival here. We've got another United 717 coming in from SFO. This is going to be a MAX 9. I need one more cloud for another 30-ish minutes. Or a nice strong breeze to blow through here to cool things down. Again, this 737 from SFO. That's because none of the boys have voted yet. I guarantee you all of the men here will vote for the orange tips. Or maybe they vote for the purple ones and they just don't want to say it out loud. You never know. So the sun is back in here to disrupt us. Looks like we got Sun Country over here on final for 2-3 left, and it is going to be the Tide Pod livery. We've got Southwest over there as well, but we've got our Tide Pod livery on the way in. We've got a Delta leaving now. Looks like a Delta E175. Gonna go with Sun Country. We haven't seen them all day. We've seen a ton of Delta. Got to give Sun Country their moment in the spotlight. Sun Country safely down. Here we go. Air France ready to go. They haven't pushed back yet, but they are moving the wheel chocks. Doors closed. American pushing back as well. Here we go. The last two planes of the evening. Of the day, I should say. We've been out here all day. So the last two of the day. Hopefully now we don't have any issues. We haven't had any issues for the last little while this afternoon. Would be our luck. We get to the end of the day and to the ones that we all really want to see and everything will fall apart. That's just my luck. I don't know about the rest of you guys, but you guys know here at Carolina Aviation, sometimes we have good luck, sometimes we have bad luck. More often than not, it's bad. Alright, we do have Republic Airways 4514 coming in from Pittsburgh. I think we're going to stick with our 777s here. We also have a Frontier Baja the Whale Shark livery arriving from Tampa here in about 4 minutes. But we're all here to see the heavies. Color doesn't matter. It's more of a running joke, Walter, that me and Molly have. Her and I have been going back and forth about this wingtip color for JetBlue for a couple of weeks now. So beacons on Air France as well as the American 777. So both going to push back here. Hopefully we'll have back-to-back departures here. So these two planes here will end our day. We've been here about 8 hours. We've been on air for 8 hours and 15 minutes or so. According to the laptop, we've been on the air for 8 hours and 29 minutes, but I did get everything fired up 15 minutes early to make sure we didn't have any issues. So both of these 777s on the move already. We've got an American Airlines 737 about to pop across the screen there. That one out for departure. You know what color I think they should do? I think that somebody should do like the high visibility yellow. Oh, we got Alaska 572. We also have Allegheny. Supposed to push back here between the two of these and get a move on. We may make Allegheny our last departure. We do have plenty of battery power so far. So Alaska headed down the hill in that 737-900. They're getting ready to head back to Seattle. That's one of our favorite planes here on the show, or airlines, Alaska. As we await the movement of these two, swing over and check out Alaska really quick. Got to put my hand over the camera here to try and keep it from overheating. Love the sound of those Trents. There we go, Air France moving, a little three for one shot there between the three of them. American, Alaska, Air France. Really need this sun to go away at the moment. So we'll cover the camera for now, try to keep the heat off of it. So try to get in the last three planes of the day here. Oh man, Allegheny's departure time set for 6:50. What time is it now? These two are going to depart about 6:30 here. Keep as much stuff out of the sunlight as possible here. We don't want any issues right now here at the end of the show. Try and keep everything in line for the end of the show. Oh boy. Nice back shot of the 777 or Air France 777. See right in the engines there. Again, if you guys are here to check out just the 777s, make sure you leave the like so we can continue to bring you guys your favorite planes. The likes really help the show. We are over 300 likes for the day. We have hit our goal. So if we can keep that going, that would be great too. Crew taking their time here getting Air France out of here. I was hoping for a little bit more speedy movement out of them. Of course, as we all are. Wanted to catch them do the back-to-back departures here, but I don't know that that's going to happen now. With Air France taking their sweet time. Like extremely taking their time. All right, Alaska off and going here. Alaska 572 back to Seattle. 737 about to make that long flight back to Alaska. Let's turn this around. All right, American 174 Heavy lining up. Enjoy all of the 777 sounds. GE90s on board at the Air France 777-200. Alright, so there we go. We'll turn that back up in just a minute when this one is ready to roar on out of here. Give you guys those GE90s on their way out. Hopefully everything has sounded good there. We'll crank her back up here in just a few minutes. Again, when the departure happens here. Debating on whether or not we should stay for Allegheny's departure, make that our last departure of the night here. Allegheny due out at around 6:50. How long is that? Stay for Allegheny. There's a possibility we may stay for Iceland. Iceland is just 46 minutes away, so we're looking at around 7:15. So if Allegheny is a little on the late side, that's okay. We can catch our final international flight of the day. I think we've caught everybody today. Here comes JetBlue down the hill from, this one's supposed to be going to JFK finally. They had to make a turn around here and go up the hill and wait. So a good looking shot there of Air France and JetBlue. We do have another arrival. Looks like we have Delta Airlines coming in from Atlanta. This is Delta 2600. Another 737 at 900. Nope, looks like JetBlue's headed to the gate. Possible crew timed out there. So JetBlue gonna return to their gate here. Looking like they're stopping out in front of the observation deck there. As JetBlue returns to the gate once again. No crew members over here to accept this one just yet. Looks like we got Frontier Airlines ready to go. Oops. So Frontier out there at the end of the runway. That one's headed to Atlanta. Cliff the mountain goat. Still looks like he wants to ask you a question. $307 likes. Thank you guys for smashing the like button. Please, if you're just here for Air France as well, please make sure you smash the like button so we can continue to bring you guys the 777s. Without those likes, not a whole lot we can do. Alright, we're going to hang out with the JetBlue crew here for a minute while we wait on Air France. Looks like they're finally out here ready to accept them. Air France not ready to go yet. Set it up here so you guys can enjoy the marshaling of JetBlue back into the gate for the second time. Alan, there's a good chance that the Allegheny livery will be our thumbnail of the show. It and Iceland will be our last two planes of the day. I wasn't expecting Allegheny today. Southwest getting a move on, getting out of here. So there you go, a JetBlue back at the gate for the second time. I'm sure these passengers are not thrilled. We saw PSA go out and have to come back to the gate earlier today as well. So two planes returning to the gate. Where did Air France go? Hiding, the trees are so bad they're able to hide an entire 777-200 down there toward the end. So there you go, got the jetway moving in. I am still waiting on the 777. I don't know if there's anybody else out there with it or not. So Cliff the Mountain Goat's gone. Southwest to Dallas, Southwest 682, out of here. Looks like we've got a Velo from New Haven, kind of out on final here. Still about 10 miles out. Still no movement out of Air France. They were supposed to depart 3 minutes ago, so we'll see what they do here. Still no movement. As you guys can see, that 777 out there hiding. Hopefully they don't have to come back to the gate. If they have to come back to the gate, we got some issues then. But if you're just joining us, Air France is out there at the end of the runway. Just sitting out there waiting. And if you you are just joining us, we've got a couple more. We've got the Allegheny departure as well as the Iceland Air arrival here to finish off the day. Nice long day. Been on the air for about 8.5 hours now. Probably be closer to 9 hours by the time we finish here today. Started the show about 15 minutes early, according to this. Looks like we got a Delta E175 ready to go. Forgot to unlock the tripod. Come on, Air France, waiting on you. Not really. We got about another 45 minutes here, almost an hour left in the show. Gonna wait for our final international of the day. That way we've got an entire show with all of our internationals except for Lufthansa and of course Bermuda and WestJet. WestJet not arriving today. But all of our main players today we've got. Really hoping for one more cloud to finish off the day too, but I think I've got everything covered, including the camera. Try and keep everything from overheating. Might have enough of a breeze here I can take the cover off the camera. For a minute. All right, we're gonna go to Avello from New Haven. It's gonna be our next arrival. There's our first signs of the 777 doing some loops out there, giving up their position possibly, hopefully not turning around and coming back to the gate. I will end the show regardless of whether or not this one departs or not. We'll end the show with Iceland. Chance they're coming back. There's also a chance they're not. They could be just repositioning out there at the end. We'll find out here in just a minute, won't we? You can see that tail. Not looking good for them though, is it? Still have that diversion from earlier from Atlanta that was supposed to be headed to JFK. That Delta is still here. Yep, looks like the Air France 777 coming back to the gate. not good. Jay, any number of reasons. Could be something, an issue with a passenger, could be issue with a bag, it could be any number of things. I've seen quite a few different reasons. France making their return. I honestly don't know that it'll fit in the penalty box. I think it has to sit at one of the ends of the runway there. Because most of the planes that go to the penalty box barely look like they fit in there anyway, so I have a feeling that 777 would be a very, very tight squeeze. Iceland arriving in 19 minutes. Thank you, Molly. Plus, we still have that Allegheny livery here to get out of here. That's in another 8 minutes or so. Can't guarantee any of the times, obviously, since nothing has left on time here in the last little bit. Air France being a prime example of that. At least we got the American 777 out of here. Air France going to struggle here for a minute. So let's see, we got Frontier on deck. Frontier 2225. This is Mojave the Desert Tortoise. He's ready to go. He's going to Denver, Colorado. So it looks like Mojave is ready. So Mojave off and rolling here. So again, Mojave to Denver. You never know, Air France may turn around, they may sort out whatever issue they're having, turn around and make their way out of here. We never know. Again, we don't know what their issue is. All we can do is sit and speculate. Our Iceland arrival less than 20 minutes away. Our last international flight of the day. Allegheny scheduled departure 6:52 p.m. Thank you, Brian Lloyd. 311 likes. If you guys are just joining us, please make sure you smash that like button. We've been on the air for, according to my computer, 9 hours. I've been here for 9 hours today so far. That's not including setup time. So we've been here about 9.5 hours already today. Nice long show. Thank you, Jay, for that update. Something about a sensor on board this one so far. So if you're listening to ATC, you probably have more info than we do. Got an American A321 headed up the hill to the penalty box, looks like. This one not quite ready to go either. Give the A321 a moment there in the spotlight. We await the fate of Air France. Oh, looks like Air France on the move, slowly but surely. Where are we going? Are we headed back to the gate to fix the problem, or did we fix it and we're turning around and going back to the runway? What are we doing? This will be the third or fourth plane we've seen today to have to turn around and come back to the gate. So this one will go, I don't know what gate it'll go to. I assume it'll go to C-23 now that the American 777's not in that gate. So they can figure out what the problem is. We've got Southwest landing over here on the other side. Go to Southwest while we wait on Air France's decision. Good look there at Southwest. Nice look before we get to the side of the truck there that's parked beside us. Air France officially coming back to the gate. Unless they have to deboard the, well, yeah, they still wouldn't need customs, would they? Because they've already been through. Well, that looks like a pretty crummy situation for them. So now we await the Allegheny departure, and we're awaiting Iceland's arrival. We'll see how much battery power we have left and how much energy I have left to stay here. I'm well hydrated. I am suffering through the heat though, now that the sun is full blast on us. So let's take a look. Where is Iceland? Iceland now just 15 minutes out. So we're going to pull a trick from last week. We're going to put the phone going to lock the phone up here, and we're going to put it in our cooler bag here. So if you guys will give me the flight information, my phone is running very, very hot. I don't want it to shut off. It is carrying the network for the show this evening. Oh, this brutal heat. Got an A319 from American Airlines on the way out. Got a fuel pump failure. Thank you for that information. We've got about four or five aircraft here on final. Again, we're going to wait that Allegheny departure, and we're going to wait for the arrival of Iceland. Looks like we've got an American on the move here. A320. Nice departure there for American. Again, the phone is in the bag, cooling down for the network issues, so we don't run into any of those. So I am flying blind here. We've got that A321 that went up to the penalty box on the way down here, as you can see. Headed it back down. Oh, if we could get one more good cloud, that would make the rest of our evening. One more. That's all I need. One more to last the rest of the evening. If we could get that, who knows how long we'll go. That is very true, Alan. I would not want to be in the air wishing I was on the ground. That is for sure. It would be a very scary situation. Looks like they're refueling our JetBlue that came back to the gate as well. Again, we don't know what happened with that, whether it was crew timed out or they had some sort of issue. No bags have been removed. They did hook up the AC system, it looks like, underneath the belly of that one. And they are refueling it there. I'm gonna put our cover back over the camera here to mitigate some of the heat. I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do for breakfast, lunch, and dinner when we end this show. Whew. My stomach just started to growling. Iceland arriving now in 7 minutes. Thank you, Molly, for the updates. Between Molly and Jeff, if Jeff is still here, they'll keep us all up to date on air traffic. And I didn't beat the camera in time. She's going to overheat on us and shut off. So give us a second. Change the quality around. It's still going to shut off on us in about 10 seconds. I tried to beat it. Didn't happen. A319 departure. about earlier with the sun. The sun just continues to beat down on us. Here we were okay earlier in the day. 315 likes. Thank you, Brian Lloyd. Make sure if you guys haven't already, please smash that like button. I'll give you guys one further update on the subscriber count. We've already reached 50 for the day. Again, we've been on the air for 9 hours now. Officially 9 hours today. One of the longest shows we've done in a very, very long time. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed all of RDU's action today, this morning, this afternoon. Nice slow touchdown for the Delta CRJ. The CRJ arriving from DCA. That was a little bit of a delayed reaction there for the Delta CRJ. So there you go, Delta from DC. Got a Delta A220-100 coming from Boston. We had the A220-300 from Boston earlier in the day. Seems like their evening flight is not as busy. Not needed to run the 300. Speaking of Delta again, this one headed to Atlanta, I'm sure. This might have been our diversion, so it might be headed to JFK. There is that possibility as well of it making its way to JFK. Again, if you guys are just joining us, Air France, it's a no-go. They went out, they came back, now they're stuck at the gate. We're waiting on Iceland Air. Skating Banana, good afternoon, good evening. Yep, we're pulling a long shift here today. One of the longest shifts we've done in a very long time. I think the longest we've been on the air before has been 10 hours. So that one was headed to Salt Lake City. Forgot about our Salt Lake City arrival earlier this afternoon. It's now showing a departure time of 7:31. Thank you, Molly, for that. What do you guys think? You guys think we should push it to 7:30 and stay for the Allegheny departure? Looks like we might have some clouds here block the sun here in just a minute. So maybe we can get away with staying for that Allegheny departure. I swear everything has been delayed the last couple of days. Like I said, me and Ramona were out here Friday night after the show and everything was delayed. For a while there were planes everywhere and then nothing. So here comes our Delta from Boston, that A220-100. I got a yes from Ramona. Ramona wanted to stay for Allegheny. Hopefully we'll get a nice big fat dark cloud here in a second. You can see the end of the runway down there covered in cloud. He didn't really flare that A220 very much, did he? Kind of just set all three wheels down on the ground at once. Delta there. Still have plenty of battery power if we do decide we want to stay for Allegheny. I've got several votes that say yes to stick around. We do have a cloud rolling in, so that will benefit us in a humongous way. That A220 gonna roll on down. Again, Air France, no movement. I guess they'll figure out what's going on with them before they let them go sometime later on this evening. I'll get some of those Boeing technicians over there to look at it. I believe Iceland is going to be our next arrival. Oh, thank goodness we've got a cloud covering us up. I think Iceland is our next arrival here. Iceland was originally supposed to be our last one, but it looks like everything's worked out so far as the battery and the heat goes for now. Again, I got about a minute or two before the sun is back behind a cloud, so the clouds are going to save our evening here. So Iceland from Reykjavik. That is our next arrival. Come on, cloud, push harder. Move in front of the sun. That's all I need, and then this show is smooth sailing for the rest of the evening. If we so choose to stay the rest of the evening, who knows? Maybe we'll pull another 10-hour day. We're already 9 hours into the day. What's another hour, right? Iceland in. Again, that one from Reykjavik. We'll see that max 9 here in just a minute. And I know I saw the little line go across the screen. Don't worry, it's because of the settings. I had to put the camera in. Does it every time we have to put it in 1080p. Southwest diversion coming in from where? That one arriving in 18 minutes. Thank you, Molly. So please don't disappoint me, Iceland. It doesn't look like they're getting ready over here on the corner gate. So that means that they're probably going to go over on the other side of Terminal 1. So we'll check back in with them in just a second, but here we go. Our second attempt at pushback here for JetBlue to JFK. So Jay, I use a DSLR. I use a Nikon DSLR full frame. So JetBlue making their second attempt. Heading to Richmond. That's interesting. It's an interesting diversion. All right, there we go. Iceland from Reykjavik. purple ice livery. What's up, Will? Something to do with, according to what somebody said here in the chat, it returned because of a fuel pump issue. So they had some warning light get triggered. That's why Air France is back at the gates. Now why JetBlue here returned to the gate, who knows? I think the crew timed out or something to that effect. Come on, Cloud, you're so close. I think that'll give us enough coverage for a few minutes here. Looks like Frontier's on the move. This is Manuel. This will be his second departure of the day here from RDU. Bad weather over Richmond. Thank you guys for the info. We could use some of that really bad weather here instead of us cooking here in the Triangle. Love to have a nice big thunderstorm roll through right about now. Would just absolutely make my day. Doesn't look like we're going to have that happen though. So we did have Allegheny while you were gone, Will. We are going to wait on that one's departure. We were going to end the show right here with Iceland's arrival. But the people have spoken and they would like us to stay for Allegheny. That has been pushed back to 7:30. If it gets pushed back any further than that, I think we'll put the limit at 8 o'clock. After 8 o'clock, that'll be it. Hopefully Air France will be on their way by 8. Because I don't know that the battery is even going to last us till, well, it should. It's halfway empty. But again, I still need to have breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I have yet to eat today. I did have a couple of small little snacks that I have here in the car, but as far as a meal goes, I typically don't eat on Sundays before a show. And I try not to drink too much before shows and during shows. Just enough to keep me hydrated. Just so your host doesn't pass out. 320 likes. Thank you, Molly. 321. Now, if somebody wants to bring me a pizza, you know, I won't be opposed if somebody wants to slide a pizza my way. As a matter of fact, that sounds pretty good. I might run down here to the gallery here and snag a pizza after the show this evening. I still got plenty of cold drinks. Just need the food. Alright, so the cloud, the breeze, it's all working in our favor, but it doesn't look like the cloud's going to be there for very long. We only got a small snidbit of the cloud. One small corner of this big cloud that we needed. Right, we talked about doing a pizza party at one time, but unfortunately they closed the gravel lot right as soon as we started talking about that. We were talking about having a pizza party down at the gravel lot and doing a show, and as soon as we said that, not even 3-4 days later, they shut the gravel lot down. So sadly, that's no bueno. Unfortunately. Alright, so JetBlue for the second time. Trying to get out of here. Oh, look at that beautiful orange wingtip. I'm telling you, that bright yellow like this. I want to see, JetBlue, if you're watching my show, JetBlue, you need to do some wingtips this color right here. Would be 100% my absolute all-time favorite if you did wingtips in this color right here. The color of his shirt. So there we go. So AKA John will be here next Friday evening. Going to be a little bit of a party going on up here. Anyway, there's going to be a lot of folks up here. Should be for the fireworks over there at Briar Creek. So we'll be up here probably, I'm going to be up here early. I'll just say that. But what time we start the show, I don't know yet. Probably 7, 8. Holy cow. Hold on, we're going to do a little car spotting. That was a bike you guys heard there a minute ago. But check out this Porsche. Heck yeah. I'd drive it if I had the money to afford the insurance. I'm sure the insurance payment on that is very pretty. So yeah, next Friday, I may be up here around 5 o'clock. Who knows what time I'll be up here. The show probably start around 7, 8 o'clock. Give everything time to cool down. And then we're going to stay here for the fireworks Friday night. So if you guys feel like joining us Friday night, make your way up here to the parking garage, hang out. Sadly, I won't have another headset though, for anybody that wants to be on the show. Oh, here we go. I figured we'd see one of you big boys at some point today. So this JetBlue is not taxiing out any faster than it was earlier. Yes, ma'am, I've got the stickers in the car. They are ready to go. They stay with the bag. So chances are we'll be in a different vehicle next week, next Friday, but all of the equipment and everything obviously will be in the other vehicle. Again, I don't know if the wife and the boys are coming out for fireworks. Chances are they might if we start the show late enough in the evening where they don't have to sit and suffer through the heat. There is still that possibility that I start a show early Friday morning just so we can get the arrival of Bermuda. I have to iron out some details there for Friday, but we'll see what happens. Is this our Southwest diversion right here? The one that's supposed to be headed to Richmond? Again, I'm doing the show blind at the moment. I don't have any flight radar. Phone is in our bag. I'm trying to cool it down. And save as much of the battery pack as we can. So again, I do know about that line. If you guys are seeing that line where it's chopping things in two, I do know about that. It's something to do with the camera. It doesn't like 1080/60 or OBS doesn't, because it doesn't do it on the camera. It only does it on the computer. So it sends it out to you guys. So it's some sort of miscommunication between OBS and the camera, I think. But I do know about it. But we are in 1080/60 instead of 4K 30 as far as the camera goes, due to the overheating issues. It's one of the only ways I can combat the overheating. We lasted most of the day. And again, if this cloud would play ball, which it doesn't look like we're going to have any more cloud here. If the cloud would have played ball, we could have went back up to 4K on the camera. We've got our A319 ready for departure. American A320 up and out of here. Thank you, Brian Lloyd. 327 likes. Is this our JetBlue finally going to get out of here after the second attempt? This is their second attempt to make their way to JFK. We do have that Southwest landing now over here on 23 left. We're going to stick with JetBlue to JFK. Sure, these folks are ready to go. I'm excited. Finally, that JetBlue out of here. I need to change that. That's bothering me. There we go. We'll go down to 1080/30. So we'll stop having that line there. Got another one here on final. This one looking like another JetBlue possibly. Looks like an A220. Hopefully we'll have the A220 back here in the alleyway. Looks like the guys might be sitting there waiting for their plane here. There you go, JetBlue touching down. That A220 fingers crossed. It makes its way back here into the alleyway. Dang, another one. All of our Richmond flights are going to divert here southwest. Now you guys are saying that DFW flights diverting as well. So it sounds like they got some pretty good storms there in Richmond. We've got a nice breeze blowing from the south for the second time today. Thank you, Alan. 328 likes. So thank you guys for smashing the like button today. It's been a good long day. Here comes our A220. We had that yesterday in Wake Forest. A lot of lightning over there. I don't know if it rained or did anything here at the airport or not. But a lot of weather here. Though, for sure. So the A220 in, they'll pull this one into the gate. And our diversion from Richmond, slowing down out there on the runway. Looks like an A319. I'm gonna stick here with the A220. That'll be interesting to see how those three flights play out. Maybe they'll go up to DC. Blue, you gonna call? We've seen this one here before, this JetBlue. Again, they'll pull this one right in with the tug. They'll get it to a certain spot, shut her down, and pull her the rest of the way in. So on to our A319 that's supposed to be in Richmond. This diversion over here. So Allegheny, about 5 minutes or so out for their departure. They're going back to Charlotte. That's where they came in from. Having a hard time figuring out why they're delayed an hour just to go to Charlotte. Possibly a crew issue. So again, seems like Richmond's going to provide us with some diversions. And as you can see, they're pulling the tug out and they're going to pull the A220 the rest of the way into the gate. They do that so that they make sure that they have enough room for the pushback tug. They don't have any of the lines painted down there for the A220s yet. So they got to do it that way so they can make sure that they can push the A220s out. Got another arrival here. Looks like another American Eagle. APU still running on Air France. I wonder if they made everybody deboard that 777. So American Eagle will be back here in the alleyway with us in just a minute. There's that American Eagle. Still no movement out of that Air France though. Again, like I said, I wonder if they made everybody deboard. That would really stink if they canceled that flight. Stink for the passengers. Be the second night in a couple of days that they've left very, very, very late. Again, Friday they didn't even arrive until after we got on the air. So they were supposed to be gone by 6:30, and they were just arriving when we got here and on air at 6. American 737 800s touching down here. Baggage for Iceland headed this way. Again, we're waiting for Allegheny. That arrival due out here any minute now. Hopefully it doesn't get hopefully that doesn't get delayed any further. What's up, Pip? Welcome back. Matthew, we're doing pretty good. Trying to wind this show down here, but Allegheny doesn't want to leave. And of course Air France is still here, as you saw in passing. Iceland's here. So who knows how long we're going to be here this evening. We have been on the air for 9 hours and 36 minutes so far. 31 minutes, excuse me. So who knows? I think I got another half hour in me. I got to go eat some breakfast, lunch, and dinner as soon as I end this episode of the show. So this is American Eagle. We're going to skip you. We do have the Tide Pod over here on the other side. We'll have it for a brief moment here. Gonna have Sun Country's departure. I've seen 100 American Eagles today. Only one Sun Country. Again, a short second or two of that departure as it goes behind this stupid truck that's still parked here. Somebody needs to come claim their vehicle. So another American Eagle. Coming in nice and slow. Drew, good evening. Air France expected departures at 7:50. All right, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Chances are it won't leave till midnight. It's just the way these things go. Allegheny's been delayed until 10 p.m. That's not the update we wanted to hear, is it? So what do you guys think? You guys think we should wait this out? Wait Air France, see if they leave at 7:50? Either way, by 8 o'clock, I'm done for the day. That'll put us at 10 hours on the day. So we're gonna push the show to 8 o'clock, regardless of what happens. And push this last 30 minutes here. No issues or concerns with battery though. Everything's looking good there. So we can't complain about that. We've got a couple of arrivals here as a Velo makes their way out. This one came in from New Haven earlier this afternoon. So a Velo back out of here. All right, so I figure 8 o'clock, we'll call it. I probably could go the full 12 hours, but I don't want to be here till 10 o'clock. Got a Delta CRJ touching down now. We had to give a Velo their moment in the spotlight. You know, it's funny you say that, Jay, because this definitely sometimes does not feel like work. It's a lot of fun to me doing this. Hanging out with you guys, filming planes. Even if it is a little on the frustrating side, we've had our moments today where we've had issues, but here lately combating the heat. That is a normal occurrence. Sit here for just a second. I gotta check on the cell phone, see how much battery power we have left. I'm sure it's nice and cooled off now, but we still gotta check to see how much battery power we have. We're gonna make a quick switch of cables here, in fact. So the camera's gonna do colors of death here for a moment. so we can hook our cell phone into the fast charger here. Get it charged and done. Here, I'm going to grab some water here to hydrate one more time. Put the phone back in the bag while it charges to keep it nice and cool. I gotta give another huge shout out to Ramona Aviation for donating some liquid IV Friday. I had one on Friday. I'm working on my third one today. So a huge shout out to Miss Ramona for donating up some liquid IV she had bought. I need to buy some. I need to add that to my grocery list, actually. I've got a couple things that I need on my grocery list. Richard, good evening. Thank you for the kind words. Glad you guys have enjoyed this long episode of the show. It's been a while since we've been out here for 10, 11 hours, 9, 10, 11 hours, however long our longest show is. I think it's 10 and a half hours is our longest show. So we're going to do a second one today, second longest show ever. Mainly because I don't know if we'll be back on Wednesday, to be honest. If this brutal heat continues without any sort of relief. Now, if it's raining or rain is in the schedule for Wednesday, there is a chance that we will be here Wednesday. Molly with a $10 super chat. Thank you. I wish I could put that up on the screen again. I need to work on figuring out what the deal is with that. So thank you, Molly, for the $10 super chat. Dinner fund. Thank you for the awesome show is her message. Again, Molly, thank you so much. And a huge thank you to all of you for liking today's show, subscribing, the gifted memberships. And just remember, Friday we'll be gifting out 5 more Carolina Aviation memberships. Friday evening for the fireworks show, I'll have 5 more to gift out. So if you guys are unable to go watch fireworks, your local fireworks, please make sure you guys tune in here to watch the fireworks from RDU. Last year they were pretty good. They did have a little bit of an interruption. This year will be our second annual 4th of July. Here at RDU. Molly, I'm currently drinking the strawberry one, but my favorite, I know you asked Ramona, I think we talked about it before, but my favorite liquid IV, mine's the lemon lime one. Hey Ramona, by the way, I ate all of those Biscoffs. Between the course of Friday night and yesterday, I ate all of the new Biscoffs you brought me. She didn't bring us she brought us a 2-sleeve pack of the ones with the filling in the middle. Absolutely fantastic. I loved them. They were delicious. So again, I ate the entire package. It's probably a good thing we haven't eaten yet today. Gotta keep our sugar and carb count down. Since I did eat all of those. No updates yet, not on my end. Unless somebody else has an update on Air France, I got nothing. Again, we're charging the phone. I have no form of communication out of this place. So according to the timer at the bottom of my screen, we're about 30 seconds away from me being semi on air for 10 hours. OBS has been open to the show for now 10 hours. I didn't exactly start the show. We started it 15 minutes later, thereabouts, right around 10 a.m. this morning. They just don't do it for me. I imagine if you ate them all the time, I imagine eventually you would get tired of them. Shoot, the only time I ever eat any is when Ramona's around. Ramona Aviation will bring us some Biscoffs. Those new cream-filled ones, well, I guess they're new. I don't know, but the creamy ones are good. Nice creamy centers. Iceland's due out at 8:30, correct? Yeah, we don't have the battery power to make it to 8:30. I don't think. We've got 2 bars left on the battery here. I was going to say maybe we shoot for Iceland's departure, but I think 8 o'clock is going to do it. I still got to go home, get ready for work tomorrow. Gotta eat something today. Shoot, at this point, late enough in the day, I should just go ahead and skip it. Fast for today. Do a nice 24-hour fast. Alright, United and that 737 getting out of here. We got another one we're going to do some rapid fire departures here. Oh, got some lightning off to the northeast of the airport over here. Caught a nice streak of lightning there. Dude, what is your malfunction right now? Got another Frontier on the move. And another arrival. This one looking like Frontier as well. We've seen our fair share of Frontier today. Definitely can't complain about that. Hey, it's Parrish and Daisy. Got history with Parrish and Daisy here. If you guys are new to the channel, I flew Parrish and Daisy back in October, back from Orlando. So Parrish and Daisy, the burrowing owls. Always nice to see you guys. Frontier has a lot of owls, by the way. I don't know if you guys know that or not. Frontier is packed full of owls. Alright, we got 1 minute to decide whether or not Air France is going home or not. Allegheny delayed until 8 o'clock tomorrow. So gonna stay and hang out here at RDU. That'll be interesting. I'm sure they'll tote it over to the overnight parking area. Alright, Air France. You're it, dude. Does anybody have any word on what's happening with Air France here? So Air France still expected to depart right now. 7:50 is its expected departure. So let's see. Come on, Air France. We want to make you the last plane of the show. I just know if I end, it'll move. You guys have no idea how often that happens. I'll be like, all right, well, nothing's happening here. The minute I shut the camera off, get it off the thing, and put back in its bag, we have movement. It's really irritating. Still saying 7:50. Thank you guys for the update there. 7:51 now. Looks like we've got a United Express E175 touching down here. You can see there that Air France's APU is running still, so we'll see. We'll hold with it. 332 likes. Thank you guys for smashing that like button. We've blown today's goal out of the water. Thank you, Bob, for those kind words. I greatly appreciate that. I'm glad I can bring you guys the planes here from our local airport. What do we have here? Breeze Airways giving us a little surprise. 23 right. Glad we're able to give you guys a little extra coverage here on Sunday, since Wednesday and Friday were no-goes. And I figure it's the end of the month. The cell phone plan is going to start over on the 1st, so why not use it up on this beautiful hot Sunday. Got Southwest over on the other side. Again, we're still anxiously awaiting that Air France departure. Oh, tripod's starting to slip here. Little Southwest turn and burn action there. Again, that one gonna be lost to the inside of this SUV. Oh, I wonder if my camera will focus on that. I don't know how many of you guys that'll freak out though. You see, we got a little spider friend right here building the net, building the web. Alright, Air France, it's all up to you now. APU still running. They've got 2 bars left on the battery. Alright, so it says 8:10. I kind of figured that was going to be our deal. We're going to end up staying here for the departure of Iceland. Bet. How much you guys want to bet? Anyway, I'm here. I got nothing else to do. I'm good to roll. I got plenty of drinks still left in the cooler bag. I do still have some Biscoffs, just not the ones that Ramona brought me yesterday. Can munch on those. Miss Carolina hasn't called complaining yet. She's been very, very busy today, I think. She had to go to church, handle some things. We're about to reach the official mark of 10 hours today. There's Miss Carolina. Iceland departing at 8:30. So again, the only thing the planes are racing now from us is the battery. The sun is completely behind the clouds, so I could care less about the heat. As a matter of fact, we can now bump the camera back up. Leave the card slot open just in case it does decide to overheat. Here we go. Air France on the push. Finally, here we go. Uh-oh. That's not good news, Miss Carolina. Please don't put that in here. Hopefully, though, that's not the case. All Alright, so let's try this one more time. As soon as they get turned back, we'll crank up the sound. So the issue is fixed. So if Miss Carolina is just joining us, my phone is in my bag, charging and cooling. So I'll take a peek at it here while we wait on Air France's startup. Make sure you guys enjoy. So it is a good thing that Air France is pushing. We did just lose one more bar on the battery, putting us down to 1 bar on the big battery. Thank you so much, Ramona, with a $15 super chat. Biscoff and Liquid IV Fund. Awesome show today. Thank you so much, Ramona Aviation, for all your contributions. Thank you so much, you guys. You guys are absolutely awesome. Awesome support today. So I got a little news for you guys right here. We have gained 69 new subscribers today. As you hear that American 737 getting out of here. So we started the day with 176 subscribers. We are now up to 245. Thank you guys so much for smashing that like button once again and subscribing to the show. You guys, if you guys are just tuning in, you join us for the last plane of the night here. We are going to go ahead and end with Air France's departure. I definitely don't have the battery to stay for the departure of Iceland. Hopefully Air France won't mess around and they'll get out of here hopefully before our battery dies on us. So again, a nice 10-hour show, 340 likes this afternoon, or throughout the day. We started the show early this morning around 10 a.m. So 340 likes, 69 new subscribers. Thank you guys so much for subscribing. One of these days we're going to hit 100 subscribers in one day. I think the most we've ever gotten has been like 80. And I think we did 80 last week, by the way. I think we did, no, maybe it was 60. 60 or 80 new subscribers last week alone. I believe it was 60. I think the top in one episode of the show has been 60. That was when we went down and did a Charlotte show. So we've exercised all of the batteries today. All three of them are on. 2 of them are completely dead. 1 still has 1 bar. I give it probably about 40 minutes is about all it has left in it. So we need no delay here from Air France, just in case it isn't 40 minutes. I gotta get home, get some dinner, get ready for another work week. Short work week, albeit 4 days this week. I'll be out here Friday. Again, I'll be gifting out 5 more Carolina Aviation memberships on Friday. Oh man, we've got an E175 down here going to start up. Gonna mess up our crank it up moment for our 777, unfortunately. It's not gonna get out of here in time, I don't think. Dang these E175s. 346 likes. We're 4 likes away from 350. If we could hit that before Air France's departure, that would be fantastic. If you have not hit the like button, please do so. 4 away from 350. Can we get 350 before the departure of Air France? Probably not, but my hopes are high. Riding on a good high. Today's been a fantastic day. All thanks to you guys hanging out with us. All the amazing support you guys have given us today. And thank you to those of you who lurked and kept us on in the background all day. That will exponentially help the channel. That will greatly, greatly help the channel. Whether you've been in chat or not, if you've been here all day, then from start to finish, that is fantastic. Those watch time hours really, really, really help the show. We're 5 subscribers away from hitting 250. We're also 4 likes away from 350. So lots of things that can be accomplished here in the last few minutes of the show. Air France on the move. That E175 out of here. Let's crank it up. Give you guys the last 777 of the night. Thank you, Chip, for the $19.99 super chat. Greatly appreciate it. Thanks for hanging in there all day. Greatly appreciate it. That right there pays for the day. $20 that gets us out of this parking garage. Thank you so much, Chip. Thank you, everybody, for a wonderful day. I saw that we hit 354 likes. So thank you guys so much. What a magnificent afternoon and morning today. Nice long day. We are officially out of battery power, so we're going to end here. That Air France could not have planned that any better. So thank you guys once again for all your continued support. I greatly appreciate all that you guys have done and brought to us today. Let me give you guys one more subscriber count here before we leave. Hopefully we got 5 more here in the last few minutes. So let's close out everything. 2 subscribers away from 250. So thank you guys. 72 new subscribers today alone. So thank you guys for all of the huge support. I hope you guys have enjoyed this long edition of the show. If we can't do Wednesdays and Fridays going forward, we may start doing long shows on Sundays. May throw in a Saturday show depending on how things are at home. Again, thank you guys so much for a fantastic day. Officially 10 hours, 10 minutes on the air with you guys. We will see you guys next week. A reminder, we've got 5 memberships to give out on the 4th of July. There is a possibility that we do a morning show on Friday the 4th to catch Bermuda air. We've never seen Bermuda. Friday evening, we've got the 4th of July fireworks. That's when we'll gift out the 5 Carolina Aviation memberships. So we will be here for the fireworks next Friday night. Look for that show around 6:30, 7 p.m., more than likely 7, 8, depending on how hot it is that day. All right, you guys, thank you guys so much. Have a wonderful start to your week. We'll try to be here Wednesday. If not Wednesday, definitely Friday. Bye.